The Story of Aaron Burr, Volume 2 of Famous Affinities of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miriam Esther Goldman. Famous Affinities of History by Lyndon, Volume 2. The Story of Aaron Burr. There will come a time when the name of Aaron Burr will be cleared from the prejudice which now surrounds it, when he will stand in the public estimation side by side with Alexander Hamilton, whom he shot in a duel in 1804, but whom in many respects he curiously resembled. When the white light of history shall have searched them both, they will appear as two remarkable men, each having his own undoubted faults, and at the same time his equally undoubted virtues. Burr and Hamilton were born within a year of each other, Burr being a grandson of Jonathan Edwards, and Alexander Hamilton being the illegitimate son of a Scottish merchant in the West Indies. Each of them was short in stature, keen of intellect, of great physical endurance, courage, and impressive personality. Each as a young man served on the staff of Washington during the Revolutionary War, and each of them quarreled with him, though in a different way. On one occasion Burr was quite unjustly suspected by Washington of looking over the latter's shoulder while he was writing. Washington leaped to his feet with the exclamation, "How dare you, Colonel Burr?"
Burr's eyes flashed at the question, and he retorted haughtily, "Colonel Burr dare do anything." This, however, was the end of their altercation. The cause of Hamilton's difference with his chief is not known, but it was a much more serious quarrel, so that the young officer left his staff position in a fury and took no part in the war until the end, when he was present at the Battle of Yorktown. Burr, on the other hand, helped Montgomery to storm the heights of Quebec, and nearly reached the upper citadel when his commander was shot dead and the Americans retreated. In all this confusion Burr showed himself a man of mettle. The slain Montgomery was 6 feet high, but Burr carried his body away with wonderful strength amid a shower of musket balls and grape shot. Hamilton had no belief in the American Constitution, which he called a shattered, feeble thing. He could never obtain an elective office, and he would have preferred to see the United States transformed into a kingdom. Washington's magnanimity and clear-sightedness made Hamilton Secretary of the Treasury. Burr, on the other hand, continued his military service until the war was ended, routing the enemy at Hackensack, enduring the horrors of Valley Forge, commanding a brigade at the Battle of Monmouth, and heading the defense of the city of New Haven. He was also Attorney General of New York, was elected to the United States Senate, was tied with Jefferson for the presidency, and then became vice president. Both Hamilton and Burr were effective speakers, but, while Hamilton was wordy and diffuse, Burr spoke always to the point, with clear and cogent reasoning. Both were lavish spenders of money, and both were engaged in duels before the fatal one in which Hamilton fell. Both believed in dueling as the only way of settling an affair of honor. Neither of them was averse to love affairs, though it may be said that Hamilton sought women, while Burr was rather sought by women. When Secretary of the Treasury, Hamilton was obliged to confess an adulterous amour in order to save himself from the charge of corrupt practices in public offices. So long as Burr's wife lived, he was a devoted, faithful husband to her. Hamilton was obliged to confess his illicit acts while his wife, formerly Miss Elizabeth Schuyler, was living. She spent her later years in buying and destroying the compromising documents which her husband had published for his countrymen to read.
The most extraordinary thing about Aaron Burr was the magnetic quality that was felt by everyone who approached him. The roots of this penetrated down into a deep vitality. He was always young, always alert, polished in manner, courageous with that sort of courage which does not even recognize the presence of danger, charming in conversation, and able to adapt it to men or women of any age whatever. His hair was still dark in his 80th year. His step was still elastic, his motions were still as spontaneous and energetic as those of a youth. So it was that everyone who knew him experienced his fascination. The rough troops whom he led through the Canadian swamps felt the iron hand of his discipline, yet they were devoted to him, since he shared all their toils, faced all their dangers, and ate with them the scraps of hide which they gnawed to keep the breath of life in their shrunken bodies. Burr's discipline was indeed very strict, so that at first raw recruits rebelled against it. On one occasion the men of an untrained company resented it so bitterly that they decided to shoot Colonel Burr as he paraded them for roll call that evening. Burr somehow got word of it, and contrived to have all the cartridges drawn from their muskets. When the time for the roll call came, one of the malcontents leaped from the front line and leveled his weapon at Burr. "Now is the time, boys!" he shouted. Like lightning, Burr's sword flashed from its scabbard with such a vigorous stroke as to cut the man's arm completely off and partly to cleave the musket. "Take your place in the ranks," said Burr.
The mutineer obeyed, dripping with blood. A month later, every man in that company was devoted to his commander. They had learned that discipline was the surest source of safety. But with this high spirit and readiness to fight, Burr had a most pleasing way of meeting everyone who came to him. When he was arrested in the western forests, charged with high treason, the sound of his voice won from jury after jury verdicts of acquittal. Often the sheriffs would not arrest him. One grand jury merely exonerated him from all public misdemeanors, but brought in a strong presentment against the officers of the government for molesting him. It was the same everywhere. Burr made friends and devoted allies among all sorts of men. During his stay in France, England, Germany, and Sweden, he interested such men as Charles Lamb, Jeremy Bentham, Sir Walter Scott, Goethe, and Heeren. They found his mind able to meet with theirs on equal terms. Burr, indeed, had graduated as a youth with honors from Princeton, and had continued his studies there after graduation, which was then a most unusual thing to do. But of course he learned most from his contact with men and women of the world. Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe, in The Minister's Wooing, has given what is probably an exact likeness of Burr, with his brilliant gifts and some of his defects. It is a strong testimony to the character of Mr. Burr that Mrs. Stowe set out to paint him as a villain, but before she had written long she felt his fascination and made her readers in their own despite admirers of this remarkable man. There are many parallels, indeed, between him and Napoleon, in the quickness of his intellect, the ready use of his resources, and his power over men, while he was more than Napoleon in his delightful gift of conversation and the easy play of his cultured mind. Those who are full of charm are willing also to be charmed. All his life Burr was abstemious in food and drink. His tastes were most refined. It is difficult to believe that such a man could have been an unmitigated profligate. In his 20th year there seems to have begun the first of the romances that run through the story of his long career. Perhaps one ought not to call it the first romance, for at 18, while he was studying law at Lichfield, a girl, whose name has been suppressed, made an open avowal of love for him. Almost at the same time, an heiress with a large fortune would have married him had he been willing to accept her hand. But at this period he was only a boy and did not take such things seriously. 2 years later, after Burr had seen hard service at Quebec and on Manhattan Island, his name was associated with that of a very beautiful girl named Margaret Moncrief. She was the daughter of a British major, but in some way she had been captured while within the American lines. Her captivity was regarded as little more than a joke, but while she was thus a prisoner she saw a great deal of Burr. For several months they were comrades, after which General Putnam sent her with his compliments to her father. Margaret Moncrieffe had a most emotional nature. There can be no doubt that she deeply loved the handsome young American officer, whom she never saw again. It is doubtful how far their intimacy was carried. Later she married a Mr. Coghlan. After reaching middle life, she wrote of Burr in a way which shows that neither years nor the obligations of marriage could make her forget that young soldier, whom she speaks of as the conqueror of her soul. In the rather florid style of those days, the once youthful Margaret Moncrieffe expresses herself as follows: "Oh, may these pages one day meet the eye of him who subdued my virgin heart, whom the immutable, unerring laws of nature had pointed out for my husband, but whose sacred decree the barbarous customs of society fatally violated." Commenting on this paragraph, Mr. H.C. Merwin justly remarks that, whatever may have been Burr's conduct towards Margaret Moncrieffe, the lady herself, who was the person chiefly concerned, had no complaint to make of it. It certainly was no very serious affair, since in the following year Burr met a lady who, while she lived, was the only woman for whom he ever really cared. This was Theodosia Prevost, the wife of a major in the British Army. Burr met her first in 1777, while she was living with her sister in Westchester County. Burr's command was 15 miles across the river, but distance and danger made no difference to him. He used to mount a swift horse, inspect his sentinels and outposts, and then gallop to the Hudson, where a barge rowed by 6 soldiers awaited him. The barge was well supplied with buffalo skins, upon which the horse was thrown with his legs bound, and then half an hour's rowing brought them to the other side. There Burr resumed his horse, galloped to the house of Miss Prevost, and, after a few hours with her, returned in the same way. Mrs. Prevost was by no means beautiful, but she had an attractiveness of her own. She was well educated and possessed charming manners, with a disposition both gentle and affectionate. Her husband died soon after the beginning of the war, and then Burr married her. No more ideal family could be conceived than his, and the letters which passed between the two are full of adoration. Thus she wrote to him: "Tell me, why do I grow every day more tenacious of your regard? Is it because each revolving day proves you more deserving?" And thus Burr answered her: "Continue to multiply your letters to me. They are all my solace. The last 6 are constantly within my reach. I read them once a day at least. Write me all that I have asked, and 100 things which I have not." When it is remembered that these letters were written after 9 years of marriage, it is hard to believe all the evil things that have been said of Burr. His wife died in 1794, and then he gave a double affection to his daughter Theodosia, whose beauty and accomplishments were well known throughout the country. Burr took the greatest pains in her education, and believed that she should be trained, as he had been, to be brave, industrious, and patient. He himself, who has been described as a voluptuary, delighted in the endurance of cold and heat and of severe labor. After his death, one of his young admirers was asked what Burr had done for him. The reply was characteristic. "He made me iron," was the answer. No father ever gave more attention to his daughter's welfare. As to Theodosia's studies, he was very strict, making her read Greek and Latin every day, with drawing and music and history, in addition to French. Not long before her marriage to Joseph Alston of South Carolina, Burr wrote to her: "I really think, my dear Theo, that you will be very soon beyond all verbal criticism, and that my whole attention will be presently directed to the improvement of your style." Theodosia Burr married into a family of good old English stock, where riches were abundant and high character was regarded as the best of all possessions. Every one has heard of the mysterious tragedy which is associated with her history. In 1812 When her husband had been elected governor of his state, her only child, a sturdy boy of 11, died, and Theodosia's health was shattered by her sorrow. In the same year Burr returned from a sojourn in Europe, and his loving daughter embarked from Charleston on a schooner, the Patriot, to meet her father in New York. When Burr arrived, he was met by a letter which told him that his grandson was dead and that Theodosia was coming to him. The weeks sped by, and no news was heard of the ill-fated Patriot. At last it became evident that she must have gone down, or in some other way have been lost. Burr and Governor Alston wrote to each other letter after letter, of which each one seems to surpass the agony of the other. At last all hope was given up. Governor Alston died soon after of a broken heart, but Burr, as became a Stoic, acted otherwise. He concealed everything that reminded him of Theodosia. He never spoke of his lost daughter. His grief was too deep-seated and too terrible for speech. Only once did he ever allude to her, and this was in a letter written to an afflicted friend, which contained the words, "Ever since the event which separated me from mankind, I have been able neither to give nor to receive consolation." In time the crew of a pirate vessel was captured and sentenced to be hanged. One of the men, who seemed to be less brutal than the rest, told how in 1812 they had captured a schooner, and, after their usual practice, had compelled the passengers to walk the plank. All hesitated and showed cowardice, except only one, a beautiful woman, whose eyes were as bright, and whose bearing was as unconcerned, as if she were safe on shore. She quickly led the way, and, mounting the plank with a certain scorn of death, said to the others, "Come, I will show you how to die." It has always been supposed that this intrepid girl may have been Theodosia Alston. If so, she only acted as her father would have done, and in strict accordance with his teachings. This resolute courage, this stern joy in danger, this perfect equanimity, made Burr especially attractive to women, who love courage, the more so when it is coupled with gentleness and generosity. Perhaps no man in our country has been so vehemently accused regarding his relations with the other sex. The most improbable stories were told about him, even by his friends. As to his enemies, they took boundless pains to paint him in the blackest colors. According to them, no woman was safe from his intrigues. He was a perfect devil in leading them astray and then casting them aside. Thus one Matthew L. Davis, in whom Burr had confided as a friend, wrote of him long afterward a most unjust account. Unjust because we have proofs that it was false in the intensity of its abuse. Davis wrote, "It is truly surprising how any individual could become so eminent as a soldier, as a statesman, and as a professional man, who devoted so much time to the other sex as was devoted by Colonel Burr. For more than half a century of his life they seemed to absorb his whole thought. His intrigues were without number. The sacred bonds of friendship were unhesitatingly violated when they operated as barriers to the indulgence of his passions. In this particular, Burr appears to have been unfeeling and heartless." It is impossible to believe that the Spartan Burr, whose life was one of incessant labor and whose kindliness toward everyone was so well known, should have deserved a commentary like this. The charge of immorality is so easily made and so difficult of disproof that it has been flung promiscuously at all the great men of history, including in our own country. Washington and Jefferson, as well as Burr, in England, when Gladstone was more than 70 years of age, he once stopped to ask a question of a woman in the street. Within 24 hours the London clubs were humming with a sort of demonic glee over the story that this aged and austere old gentleman was not above seeking common street amours. And so with Aaron Burr to a great extent. That he was a man of strict morality it would be absurd to maintain. That he was a reckless and licentious profligate would be almost equally untrue. Mr. H. O. Merwin has very truly said, "Part of Burr's reputation for profligacy was due no doubt to that vanity respecting women of which Davis himself speaks. He never refused to accept the parentage of a child." "Why do you allow this woman to saddle you with her child when you know you are not the father of it?" said a friend to him a few months before his death. "Sir," he replied, "when a lady does me the honor to name me the father of her child, I trust I shall always be too gallant to show myself ungrateful for the favor." There are two curious legends relating to Aaron Burr. They serve to show that his reputation became such that he could not enjoy the society of a woman without having her regarded as his mistress. When he was a United States Senator from New York, he lived in Philadelphia at the lodging house of a Mrs. Payne, whose daughter, Dorothy Todd, was the very youthful widow of an officer. This young woman was rather free in her manners, and Burr was very responsive in his. At the time, however, nothing was thought of it. But presently Burr brought to the house the serious and somewhat pedantic James Madison and introduced him to the hoyden. Madison was then 47 years of age, a stranger to society, but gradually rising to a prominent position in politics. The great little Madison, as Burr rather lightly called him. Before long he had proposed marriage to the young widow. She hesitated, and someone referred the matter to President Washington. The father of his country answered in what was perhaps the only opinion that he ever gave on the subject of matrimony. It is worth preserving because it shows that he had a sense of humor. "For my own part, I never did, nor do I believe I ever shall, give advice to a woman who is setting out on a matrimonial voyage. A woman very rarely asks an opinion or seeks advice on such an occasion till her mind is wholly made up, and then it is with the hope and expectation of obtaining a sanction, and not that she means to be governed by your disapproval." Afterward, when Dolly Madison, with her yellow turban and kittenish ways, was making a sensation in Washington society, someone recalled her old association with Burr. At once the story sprang to light that Burr had been her lover, and that he had brought about the match with Madison as an easy way of getting rid of her. There is another curious story which makes Martin Van Buren, 8th President of the United States, to have been the illegitimate son of Burr. There is no earthly reason for believing this, except that Burr sometimes stopped overnight at the tavern in Kinderhook, which was kept by Burren's putative father, and that Van Buren in later life showed an astuteness equal to that of Aaron Burr himself, so that he was called by his opponents the Fox of Kinderhook. But as Van Buren was born in December of the same year, 1782, in which Burr was married to Theodosia Prevost, the story is utterly improbable, and we remember, as we must, the ardent affection which Burr showed his wife not only before their marriage, but afterward until her death. Putting aside these purely spurious instances, as well as others cited by Mr. Parton, the fact remains that Aaron Burr, like Daniel Webster, found a great attraction in the society of women, that he could please them and fascinate them to an extraordinary degree, and that during his later life he must be held quite culpable in this respect. His love making was ardent and rapid, as we shall afterwards see in the case of his second marriage. Many other stories are told of him. For instance, it is said that he once took a stagecoach from Jersey City to Philadelphia. The only other occupant was a woman of high standing, and one whose family deeply hated Burr. Nevertheless, so the story goes, before they had reached Newark, she was absolutely swayed by his charm of manner, and when the coach made its last stop before Philadelphia, she voluntarily became his mistress. It must also be said that, unlike those of Webster and Hamilton, his intrigues were never carried on with women of the lower sort. This may be held by some to deepen the charge against him, but more truly does it exonerate him, since it really means that in many cases these women of the world threw themselves at him and sought him as a lover, when otherwise he might never have thought of them. That he was not heartless and indifferent to those who had loved him may be shown by the great care which he took to protect their names and reputations. Thus, on the day before his duel with Hamilton, he made a will in which he constituted his son-in-law as his executor. At the same time he wrote a sealed letter to Governor Alston, in which he said: "If you can pardon and indulge a folly, I would suggest that Madame, too well under the name of Leonora, has claims on my recollection. She is now with her husband at Santiago, in Cuba." Another fact has been turned to his discredit. From many women, in the course of his long life, he had received a great quantity of letters written by aristocratic hands on scented paper, and these letters he had never burned. Here again, perhaps, was shown the vanity of the man who loved love for its own sake. He kept all these papers in a huge iron-clamped chest, and he instructed Theodosia, in case he should die, to burn every letter which might injure anyone. After Theodosia's death, Burr gave the same instructions to Matthew L. Davis, who did indeed burn them, though he made their existence a means of blackening the character of Burr. He should have destroyed them unopened, and should never have mentioned them in his memoirs of the man who trusted him as a friend. Such was Aaron Burr throughout a life which lasted for 80 years. His last romance, at the age of 78, is worth narrating because it has often been misunderstood. Madame Jumel was a Rhode Island girl who at 17 years of age eloped with an English officer, Colonel Peter Croix. Her first husband died while she was still quite young, and then she married a French wine merchant, Stephen Jumel, some 20 years her senior, but a man of much vigor and intelligence. Monsieur Jumel made a considerable fortune in New York, owning a small merchant fleet, and after Napoleon's downfall he and his wife went to Paris, where she made a great impression in the salons by her vivacity and wit and by her lavish expenditures. Losing, however, part of what she and her husband possessed, Madame Jumel returned to New York, bringing with her a great amount of furniture and paintings, with which she decorated the historic house still standing in the upper part of Manhattan Island, a mansion held by her in her own right. She managed her estate with much ability, and in 1828 Monsieur Jumel returned to live with her in what was in those days a splendid villa. 4 years later, however, Monsieur Jumel suffered an accident from which he died in a few days, leaving his wife still an attractive woman and not very much past her prime. Soon after she had occasion to seek for legal advice, and for this purpose visited the law office of Aaron Burr. She had known him a good many years before, and though he was now 78 years of age, there was no perceptible change in him. He was still courtly in manner, tactful, and deferential, while physically he was straight, active, and vigorous. A little later she invited him to a formal banquet, where he displayed all his charms and shone to great advantage. When he was about to lead her in to dinner, he said: "I give my hand, madam. My heart has long been yours." These attentions he followed up with several other visits, and finally proposed that she should marry him. Much fluttered, and no less flattered, she uttered a sort of no which was not likely to discourage a man like Aaron Burr. "I shall come to you before very long," he said, "accompanied by a clergyman, and then you will give me your hand because I want it." This rapid sort of wooing was pleasantly embarrassing. The lady rather liked it, and so, on an afternoon when the sun was shining and the leaves were rustling in the breeze, Burr drove up to Madame Jumel's mansion, accompanied by Dr. Bogart, the very clergyman who had married him to his first wife 50 years before. Madame Jumel was now seriously disturbed, but her refusal was not a strong one. There were reasons why she should accept the offer. The great house was lonely. The management of her estate required a man's advice. Moreover, she was under the spell of Burr's fascination. Therefore, she arrayed herself in one of her most magnificent Paris gowns. The members of her household and 8 servants were called in, and the ceremony was duly performed by Dr. Bogart. A banquet followed. A dozen cobwebbed bottles of wine were brought up from the cellar, and the marriage feast went on merrily until after midnight. This marriage was a singular one from many points of view. It was strange that a man of 78 should take by storm the affections of a woman so much younger than he, a woman of wealth and knowledge of the world. In the second place, it is odd that there was still another woman, a mere girl, who was so infatuated with Burr that when she was told of his marriage it nearly broke her heart. Finally, in the early part of that same year he had been accused of being the father of a newborn child. And in spite of his age, everyone believed the charge to be true. Here is a case that it would be hard to parallel. The happiness of the newly married pair did not, however, last very long. They made a wedding journey into Connecticut, of which state Burr's nephew was then governor, and there Burr saw a monster bridge over the Connecticut River, in which his wife had shares, though they brought her little income. He suggested that she should transfer the investment, which after all was not a very large one, and place it in a venture in Texas which looked promising. The speculation turned out to be a loss, however, and this made Mrs. Burr extremely angry, the more so as she had reason to think that her ever youthful husband had been engaged in flirting with the country girls near the Jumel mansion. She was a woman of high spirit and had at times a violent temper. One day the postmaster at what was then the village of Harlem was supposed to see Mrs. Burr drive up before the post office in an open carriage. He came out to ask what she desired, and was surprised to find her in a violent temper, and with an enormous horse pistol on each cushion at her side. "What do you wish, madam?" said he, rather mildly. "What do I wish?" she cried. "Let me get at that villain, Aaron Burr." Presently Burr seems to have succeeded in pacifying her, but in the end they separated, though she afterward always spoke most kindly of him. When he died, only about a year later, she is said to have burst into a flood of tears. Another tribute to the fascination which Aaron Burr exercised through all his checkered life. It is difficult to come to any fixed opinion regarding the moral character of Aaron Burr. As a soldier, he was brave to the point of recklessness. As a political leader, he was almost the equal of Jefferson and quite superior to Hamilton. As a man of the world, he was highly accomplished, polished in manner, charming in conversation. He made friends easily, and he forgave his enemies with a broad-mindedness that is unusual. On the other hand, in his political career there was a touch of insincerity, and it can scarcely be denied that he used his charm too often to the injury of those women who could not resist his insinuating ways and the caressing notes of his rich voice. But as a husband in his youth, he was devoted, affectionate, and loyal, while as a father he was little less than worshipped by the daughter whom he reared so carefully. One of his biographers very truly says that no such wretch as Burr has been declared to be could have won and held the love of such a wife and such a daughter as Burr had. When all the other witnesses have been heard, let the 2 Theodosias be summoned, and especially that daughter who showed toward him an affectionate veneration unsurpassed by any recorded in history or romance. Such an advocate as Theodosia the Younger must avail in some degree, even though the culprit were brought before the bar of heaven itself. End of The Story of Aaron Burr, Recording by Miriam Esther Goldman.
George the Fourth and Mrs. Fitzherbert, Volume 2 of Famous Affinities of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Famous Affinities of History by Lyndon Orr. Volume 2, George the Fourth and Mrs. Fitzherbert. In the last decade of the 18th century, England was perhaps the most brilliant nation of the world. Other countries had been humbled by the splendid armies of France, and were destined to be still further humbled by the emperor who came from Corsica. France had begun to seize the sceptre of power, yet to this picture there was another side: fearful want and grievous poverty, and the horrors of the Revolution. Russia was too far away, and was still considered too barbarous, for a brilliant court to flourish there. Prussia had the prestige that Frederick the Great won for her, but she was still a comparatively small state. Italy was in a condition of political chaos. The banks of the Rhine were running blood where the Austrian armies faced the gallant Frenchmen under the leadership of Moreau. But England, in spite of the loss of her American colonies, was rich and prosperous, and her invincible fleets were extending her empire over the seven seas. At no time in modern England has the court at London seen so much real splendour or such fine manners. The royalist émigrés who fled from France brought with them names and pedigrees that were older than the Crusades, and many of them were received with the frankest, freest English hospitality. If here and there some marquis or baron of ancient blood was perforce content to teach music to the daughters of tradesmen in suburban schools, nevertheless they were better off than they had been in France, harried by the savage gaze-hounds of the guillotine. Afterward, in the days of the Restoration, when they came back to their estates, they had probably learned more than one lesson from the bulldogs of merry England, who had little tact, perhaps, but who were at any rate kindly and willing to share their goods with pinched and poverty-stricken foreigners. The court, then, as has been said, was brilliant with notables from continental countries, and with the historic wealth of the peerage of England. Only one cloud overspread it, and that was the mental condition of the king. We have been accustomed to think of George III as a dull creature, almost always hovering on the verge of that insanity which finally swept him into a dark obscurity. But Thackeray's picture of him is absurdly untrue to the actual facts. George III was by no means a dullard, nor was he a sort of beefy country squire who roved about the palace gardens with his unattractive spouse. Obstinate enough he was, and ready for a combat with the rulers of the continent, or with his self-willed sons, but he was a man of brains and power, and Lord Rosebery has rightly described him as the most striking constitutional figure of his time. Had he retained his reason, and had his erratic and self-seeking son not succeeded him during his own lifetime, Great Britain might very possibly have entered upon other ways than those which opened to her after the downfall of Napoleon. The real centre of fashionable England, however, was not George III, but rather his son, subsequently George IV, who was made Prince of Wales 3 days after his birth, and who became Prince Regent during the insanity of the king. He was the leader of the social world, the fit companion of Beau Brummell and of a choice circle of rakes and fox hunters who drank pottle deep. Some called him the first gentleman of Europe; others, who knew him better, described him as one who never kept his word to man or woman, and who lacked the most elementary virtues. Yet it was his good luck during the first years of his regency to be popular as few English kings have ever been. To his people he typified old England against revolutionary France, and his youth and gaiety made many like him. He drank and gambled, he kept packs of hounds and strings of horses, he ran deeply into debt that he might patronize the sports of that uproarious day. He was a gallant Corinthian, a haunter of dens where there were prize fights and cock fights, and there was hardly a doubtful resort in London where his face was not familiar. He was much given to gallantry, not so much, as it seemed, for wantonness, but from sheer love of mirth and chivalry. For a time, with his chosen friends, such as Fox and Sheridan, he ventured into reckless intrigues that recalled the amour of his predecessor, Charles II. He had by no means the wit and courage of Charles, and indeed the House of Hanover lacked the outward show of chivalry which made the Stuarts shine with external splendour. But he was good looking and stalwart, and when he had half a dozen robust comrades by his side, he could assume a very manly appearance. Such was George IV. In his regency and in his prime. He made that period famous for its card playing, its deep drinking, and for the dissolute conduct of its courtiers and noblemen, no less than for the gallantry of its soldiers and its momentous victories on sea and land. It came, however, to be seen that his true achievements were in reality only escapades, that his wit was only folly, and his so-called sensibility was but sham. He invented buckles, striped waistcoats, and flamboyant collars, but he knew nothing of the principles of kingship or the laws by which a state is governed. The fact that he had promiscuous affairs with women appealed at first to the popular sense of the romantic. It was not long, however, before these episodes were trampled down into the mire of vulgar scandal. One of the first of them began when he sent a letter, signed Florizel, to a young actress, Perdita Robinson. Mrs. Robinson, whose maiden name was Mary Darby, and who was the original of famous portraits by Gainsborough and Reynolds, was a woman of beauty, talent, and temperament. George, wishing in every way to be romantic, insisted upon clandestine meetings on the Thames at Kew, with all the stage trappings of the popular novels, cloaks, veils, faces hidden, and armed watchers to warn her of approaching danger. Poor Perdita took this nonsense so seriously that she gave up her natural vocation for the stage, and forsook her husband, believing that the prince would never weary of her. He did weary of her very soon, and, with the brutality of a man of such a type, turned her away with the promise of some money, after which he cut her in the park and refused to speak to her again. As for the money, he may have meant to pay it, but Perdita had a long struggle before she succeeded in getting it. It may be assumed that the prince had to borrow it, and that this obligation formed part of the debts which Parliament paid for him. It is not necessary to number the other women whose heads he turned. They are too many for remembrance here, and they have no special significance, save one, who, as is generally believed, became his wife, so far as the Church could make her so. An Act of 1772 had made it illegal for any member of the English royal family to marry without the permission of the king. A marriage contracted without the king's consent might be lawful in the eyes of the Church, but the children born of it could not inherit any claim to the throne. It may be remarked here that this withholding of permission was strictly enforced. Thus William IV., who succeeded George IV., was married, before his accession to the throne, to Mrs. Jordan, Dorothy Bland. Afterward he lawfully married a woman of royal birth, who was known as Queen Adelaide. There is an interesting story which tells how Queen Victoria came to be born, because her father, the Duke of Kent, was practically forced to give up a morganatic union which he greatly preferred, to a marriage arranged for him by Parliament. Except the Duke of Cambridge, the Duke of Kent was the only royal duke who was likely to have children in the regular line. The only daughter of George IV. Had died in childhood. The Duke of Cumberland was, for various reasons, ineligible. The Duke of Clarence, later King William IV., was almost too old, and therefore to ensure the succession, the Duke of Kent was begged to marry a young and attractive woman, a princess of the house of Saxe-Coburg, who was ready for the honour. It was greatly to the Duke's credit that he showed deep and sincere feeling in this matter. As he said himself, in effect, "This French lady has stood by me in hard times and in good times too. Why should I cast her off? She has been more than a wife to me. And what do I care for your plans in Parliament? Send over for one of the Stuarts. They are better men than the last lot of our fellows that you have had." In the end, however, he was wearied out, and was persuaded to marry. But he insisted that a generous sum should be settled on the lady who had been so long his true companion, and to whom, no doubt, he gave many a wistful thought in his new but unfamiliar quarters in Kensington Palace, which was assigned as his residence. Again, the second Duke of Cambridge, who died only a few years ago, greatly desired to marry a lady who was not of royal rank, though of fine breeding and of good birth. He besought his young cousin, as head of the family, to grant him this privilege of marriage, but Queen Victoria stubbornly refused. The Duke was married according to the rites of the Church, but he could not make his wife a duchess. The Queen never quite forgave him for his partial defiance of her wishes, though the Duke's wife, she was usually spoken of as Mrs. Fitzgeorge, was received almost everywhere, and two of her sons hold high rank in the British Army and Navy, respectively. The one real love story in the life of George IV. Is that which tells of his marriage with a lady who might well have been the wife of any king. This was Maria Anne Smythe, better known as Mrs. Fitzherbert, who was 6 years older than the young prince when she first met him in company with a body of gentlemen and ladies in 1784. Maria Fitzherbert's face was one which always displayed its best advantages. Her eyes were peculiarly languishing, and as she had already been twice a widow, and was 6 years his senior, she had the advantage over a less experienced lover. Likewise, she was a Catholic, and so by another act of Parliament any marriage with her would be illegal. Yet just because of all these different objections, the prince was doubly drawn to her, and was willing to sacrifice even the throne if he could but win her. His father, the king, called him into the royal presence, and said, "George, it is time that you should settle down and ensure the succession to the throne." "Sir," replied the prince, "I prefer to resign the succession and let my brother have it, and that I should live as a private English gentleman." Mrs. Fitzherbert was not the sort of woman to give herself up readily to a morganatic connection. Moreover, she soon came to love Prince George too well to entangle him in a doubtful alliance with one of another faith than his. Not long after he first met her, the prince, who was always given to private theatricals, sent messengers riding in hot haste to her house to tell her that he had stabbed himself, that he begged to see her, and that unless she came he would repeat the act. The lady yielded, and hurried to Carlton House, the prince's residence, but she was prudent enough to take with her the Duchess of Devonshire, who was a reigning beauty of the court. The scene which followed was theatrical rather than impressive. The prince was found in his sleeping chamber, pale and with his ruffles blood-stained. He played the part of a youthful and love-stricken wooer, vowing that he would marry the woman of his heart or stab himself again. In the presence of his messengers, who with the Duchess were witnesses, he formally took the lady as his wife, while Lady Devonshire's wedding ring sealed the troth. The Prince also acknowledged it in a document. Mrs. Fitzherbert was, in fact, a woman of sound sense. Shortly after this scene of melodramatic intensity, her wits came back to her, and she recognized that she had merely gone through a meaningless farce. So she sent back the Prince's document and the ring, and hastened to the Continent, where he could not reach her, although his detectives followed her steps for a year. At the last she yielded, however, and came home to marry the Prince in such fashion as she could, a marriage of love, and surely one of morality, though not of parliamentary law. The ceremony was performed "in her own drawing room in her house in London, in the presence of the officiating Protestant clergyman and two of her own nearest relatives." Such is the serious statement of Lord Stourton, who was Mrs. Fitzherbert's cousin and confidant. The truth of it was never denied, and Mrs. Fitzherbert was always treated with respect, and even regarded as a person of great distinction. Nevertheless, on more than one occasion the Prince had his friends in Parliament deny the marriage, in order that his debts might be paid and new allowances issued to him by the Treasury. George certainly felt himself a husband. Like any other married prince, he set himself to build a palace for his country home. While in search of some suitable spot, he chanced to visit the pretty fishing village of Brighton, to see his uncle, the Duke of Cumberland. Doubtless he found it an attractive place, yet this may have been not so much because of its view of the sea, as for the reason that Mrs. Fitzherbert had previously lived there. However, in 1784, the Prince sent down his chief cook to make arrangements for the next royal visit. The cook engaged a house on the spot where the pavilion now stands, and from that time Brighton began to be an extremely fashionable place. The court doctors, giving advice that was agreeable, recommended their royal patient to take sea bathing at Brighton. At once the place sprang into popularity. At first the gentry were crowded into lodging houses, and the accommodations were primitive to a degree. But soon handsome villas arose on every side, hotels appeared, places of amusement were opened. The Prince himself began to build a tasteless but showy structure, partly Chinese and partly Indian in style, on the fashionable promenade of the Steyne. During his life with Mrs. Fitzherbert at Brighton, the Prince held what was practically a court. Hundreds of the aristocracy came down from London and made their temporary dwellings there, while thousands, who were by no means of the court, made the place what is now popularly called London by the Sea. There were the Duc de Chartres of France, statesmen and rakes like Fox, Sheridan, and the Earl of Barrymore, a very beautiful woman named Mrs. Couch, a favourite singer at the opera, to whom the Prince gave at one time jewels worth £10,000, and a sister of the Earl of Barrymore who was as notorious as her brother. She often took the President's chair at a club which George's friends had organised, and which she had christened the Hellfire Club. Such persons were not the only visitors at Brighton. Men of much more serious demeanour came down to visit the Prince, and brought with them quieter society. Nevertheless, for a considerable time, the place was most noted for its wild scenes of revelry, into which George frequently entered, though his home life with Mrs. Fitzherbert at the pavilion was a decorous one. No one felt any doubt as to the marriage of the two persons, who seemed so much like a prince and a princess. Some of the people of the place addressed Mrs. Fitzherbert as Mrs. Prince. The old king and his wife, however, much deplored their son's relation with her. This was partly due to the fact that Mrs. Fitzherbert was a Catholic, and that she had received a number of French nuns who had been driven out of France at the time of the Revolution. But no less displeasure was caused by the prince's racing and dicing, which swelled his debts to almost £1,000,000. so that Parliament and indeed the sober part of England were set against him. Of course, his marriage to Mrs. Fitzherbert had no legal status, nor is there any reason for believing that she ever became a mother. She had no children by her former two husbands, and Lord Stourton testified positively that she never had either son or daughter by Prince George. Nevertheless, more than one American claimant has risen to advance some utterly visionary claim to the English throne by reason of alleged descent from Prince George and Mrs. Fitzherbert. Neither William IV. nor Queen Victoria ever spent much time at Brighton. In King William's case it was explained that the dampness of the pavilion did not suit him, and as to Queen Victoria, it was said that she disliked the fact that buildings had been erected so as to cut off the view of the sea. It is quite likely, however, that the Queen objected to the associations of the place, and did not care to be reminded of the time when her uncle had lived there so long in a morganatic state of marriage. At length the time came when the King, Parliament, and the people at large insisted that the Prince of Wales should make a legal marriage, and a wife was selected for him in the person of Caroline, daughter of the Duke of Brunswick. This marriage took place exactly 10 years after his wedding with the beautiful and gentle-mannered Mrs. Fitzherbert. With the latter he had known many days and hours of happiness. With Princess Caroline he had no happiness at all. Prince George met her at the pier to greet her. It is said that as he took her hand he kissed her, and then, suddenly recoiling, he whispered to one of his friends, "For God's sake, George, give me a glass of brandy." Such an utterance was more brutal and barbaric than anything his bride could have conceived of, though it is probable, fortunately, that she did not understand him by reason of her ignorance of English. We need not go through the unhappy story of this unsympathetic, neglected, rebellious wife. Her life with the prince soon became one of open warfare, but instead of leaving England, she remained to set the kingdom in an uproar. As soon as his father died and he became king, George sued her for divorce. Half the people sided with the Queen, while the rest regarded her as a vulgar creature who made love to her attendants and brought dishonour on the English throne. It was a sorry, sordid contrast between the young Prince George, who had posed as a sort of cavalier, and this now furious grey old man wrangling with his furious German wife. Well might he look back to the time when he met Perdita in the moonlight on the Thames, or when he played the part of Florizel, or, better still, when he enjoyed the sincere and disinterested love of the gentlewoman who was his wife in all but legal status. Caroline of Brunswick was thrust away from the king's coronation. She took a house within sight of Westminster Abbey, so that she might make hag-like screeches to the mob and to the king as he passed by. Presently, in August 1821, only a month after the coronation, she died, and her body was taken back to Brunswick for burial. George himself reigned for 9 years longer. When he died in 1830, his executor was the Duke of Wellington. The Duke, in examining the late king's private papers, found that he had kept, with the greatest care, every letter written to him by his morganatic wife. During his last illness she had sent him an affectionate missive, which it is said George read eagerly. Mrs. Fitzherbert wished the Duke to give up her letters, but he would do so only in return for those which he had written to her. It was finally decided that it would be best to burn both his and hers. This work was carried out in Mrs. Fitzherbert's own house by the lady, the Duke, and the Earl of Albemarle. Of George, it may be said that he has left as memories behind him only 3 things that will be remembered. The first is the pavilion at Brighton, with its absurdly oriental decorations, its minarets and flimsy towers. The second is the buckle which he invented, and which Thackeray has immortalised with his biting satire. The last is the story of his marriage to Maria Fitzherbert, and of the influence exercised upon him by the affection of a good woman. End of George IV. and Mrs. Fitzherbert.
Charlotte Corday and Adam Lux, Volume 2 of Famous Affinities of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Famous Affinities of History by Lyndon Orr, Volume 2, Charlotte Corday and Adam Lux. Perhaps some readers will consider this story inconsistent with those that have preceded it. Yet, as it is little known to most readers, and as it is perhaps unique in the history of romantic love, I cannot forbear relating it, for I believe that it is full of curious interest and pathetic power. All those who have written of the French Revolution have paused in their chronicle of blood and flame to tell the episode of the peasant royalist Charlotte Corday, but in telling it they have often omitted the one part of the story that is personal and not political. The tragic record of this French girl and her self-sacrifice has been told 1,000 times by writers in many languages, yet almost all of them have neglected the brief romance which followed her daring deed, and which was consummated after her death upon the guillotine. It is worth our while to speak first of Charlotte herself and of the man she slew, and then to tell that other tale which ought always to be entwined with her great deed of daring. Charlotte Corday, Marianne Charlotte Corday d'Armand, was a native of Normandy, and was descended, as her name implies, from noble ancestors. Her forefathers indeed had been statesmen, civil rulers, and soldiers, and among them was numbered the famous poet Corneille, whom the French rank with Shakespeare. But a century or more of vicissitudes had reduced her branch of the family almost to the position of peasants, a fact which partly justifies the name that some give her when they call her the Jeanne d'Arc of the Revolution. She did not, however, spend her girlish years amid the fields and woods tending her sheep, as did the other Jeanne d'Arc, but she was placed in charge of the sisters in a convent, and from them she received such education as she had. She was a lonely child, and her thoughts turned inward, brooding over many things. After she had left the convent she was sent to live with an aunt. Here she devoted herself to reading over and over the few books which the house contained. These consisted largely of the deistic writers, especially Voltaire, and to some extent they destroyed her convent faith, though it is not likely that she understood them very fully. More to her taste was a copy of Plutarch's Lives. These famous stories fascinated her. They told her of battle and siege, of intrigue and heroism, and of that romantic love of country which led men to throw away their lives for the sake of a whole people. Brutus and Regulus were her heroes. To die for the many seemed to her the most glorious end that anyone could seek. When she thought of it she thrilled with a sort of ecstasy, and longed with all the passion of her nature that such a glorious fate might be her own. Charlotte had nearly come to womanhood at the time when the French Revolution first broke out. Royalist though she had been in her sympathies, she felt the justice of the people's cause. She had seen the suffering of the peasantry, the brutality of the tax-gatherers, and all the oppression of the old regime. But what she hoped for was a democracy of order and equality and peace. Could the king reign as a constitutional monarch rather than as a despot, this was all for which she cared. In Normandy, where she lived, were many of those moderate republicans known as Girondists, who felt as she did and who hoped for the same peaceful end to the great outbreak. On the other hand, in Paris, the party of the Mountain, as it was called, ruled with a savage violence that soon was to culminate in the Reign of Terror. Already the guillotine ran red with noble blood. Already the king had bowed his head to the fatal knife. Already the threat had gone forth that a mere breath of suspicion or a pointed finger might be enough to lead men and women to a gory death. In her quiet home near Caen, Charlotte Corday heard as from afar the story of this dreadful saturnalia of assassination which was making Paris a city of bloody mist. Men and women of the Girondist party came to tell her of the hideous deeds that were perpetrated there. All these horrors gradually wove themselves in the young girl's imagination around the sinister and repulsive figure of Jean Paul Marat. She knew nothing of his associates, Danton and Robespierre. It was in Marat alone that she saw the monster who sent innocent thousands to their graves, and who revelled like some arch-fiend in murder and gruesome death. In his earlier years Marat had been a very different figure, an accomplished physician, the friend of nobles, a man of science and original thought, so that he was nearly elected to the Academy of Sciences. His studies in electricity gained for him the admiration of Benjamin Franklin and the praise of Goethe. But when he turned to politics he left all this career behind him. He plunged into the very mire of red republicanism, and even there he was for a time so much hated that he sought refuge in London to save his life. On his return he was hunted by his enemies, so that his only place of refuge was in the sewers and drains of Paris. A woman, one Simone Evrard, helped him to escape his pursuers. In the sewers, however, he contracted a dreadful skin disease from which he never afterward recovered, and which was extremely painful as well as shocking to behold. It is small wonder that the stories about Marat circulated through the provinces made him seem more devil than a man. His vindictiveness against the Girondists brought all of this straight home to Charlotte Corday, and led her to dream of acting the part of Brutus, so that she might free her country from this hideous tyrant. In January 1793 King Louis XVI met his death upon the scaffold, and the Queen was thrust into a foul prison. This was a signal for activity among the Girondists in Normandy, and especially at Caen, where Charlotte was present at their meetings and heard their fervid oratory. There was a plot to march on Paris, yet in some instinctive way she felt that such a scheme must fail. It was then that she definitely formed the plan of going herself, alone, to the French capital to seek out the hideous Marat and to kill him with her own hands. To this end she made application for a passport allowing her to visit Paris. The passport still exists, and it gives us an official description of the girl. It reads: "Allow citizen Marie Corday to pass. She is 24 years of age, 5 feet and 1 inch in height, hair and eyebrows chestnut color, eyes gray, forehead high, mouth medium size, chin dimpled, and an oval face." Apart from this verbal description, we have 2 portraits painted while she was in prison. Both of them make the description of the passport seem faint and pale. The real Charlotte had a wealth of chestnut hair, which fell about her face and neck in glorious abundance. Her great grey eyes spoke eloquently of truth and courage. Her mouth was firm yet winsome, and her form combined both strength and grace. Such is the girl who, on reaching Paris, wrote to Marat in these words: "Citizen, I have just arrived from Caen. Your love for your native place doubtless makes you wish to learn the events which have occurred in that part of the Republic. I shall call at your residence in about an hour. Be so good as to receive me and give me a brief interview. I will put you in such condition as to render great service to France." This letter failed to gain her admission, and so did another which he wrote soon after. The fact is that Marat was grievously ill. His disease had reached a point where the pain could be assuaged only by hot water, and he spent the greater part of his time wrapped in a blanket and lying in a large tub. A third time, however, the persistent girl called at his house and insisted that she must see him, saying that she was herself in danger from the enemies of the Republic. Through an open door Marat heard her mellow voice, and gave orders that she should be admitted. As she entered she gazed for a moment upon the lank figure rolling in the tub, the rat-like face and the shifting eyes. Then she approached him, concealing in the bosom of her dress a long carving knife which she had purchased for 2 francs. In answer to Marat's questioning look, she told him that there was much excitement at Caen, and that the Girondists were plotting there. To this Marat answered in his harsh voice: "All these men you mention shall be guillotined in the next few days." As he spoke, Charlotte flashed out the terrible knife, and with all her strength she plunged it into his left side, where it pierced a lung and a portion of his heart. Marat, with the blood gushing from his mouth, cried out, "Help, darling!" His cry was meant for one of the two women in the house. Both heard it, for they were in the next room, and both of them rushed in and succeeded in pinioning Charlotte Corday, who, indeed, made only a slight effort to escape. Troops were summoned, she was taken to the prison de l'Abbaye, and soon after she was arraigned before the Revolutionary Tribunal. Placed in the dock, she glanced about her with an air of pride, as of one who gloried in the act which she had just performed. A written charge was read. She was asked what she had to say. Lifting her head with a look of infinite satisfaction, she answered in a ringing voice, "Nothing, except that I succeeded." A lawyer was assigned for her defense. He pleaded for her earnestly, declaring that she must be regarded as insane, but those clear, calm eyes and that gentle face made her sanity a matter of little doubt. She showed her quick wit in the answers which she gave to the rough prosecutor, Fouquier Tinville, who tried to make her confess that she had accomplices. "Who prompted you to do this deed?" roared Tinville. "I needed no prompting. My own heart was sufficient." "In what then had Marat wronged you?" "He was a savage beast who was going to destroy the remains of France in the fires of civil war." "But whom did you expect to benefit?" insinuated the prosecutor. "I have killed one man to save 100,000." "What? Did you imagine that you had murdered all the Marats?" "No, but, this one being dead, the rest will perhaps take warning." Thus her directness baffled all the efforts of the prosecution to trap her into betraying any of her friends. The court, however, sentenced her to death. She was then immured in the Conciergerie. This dramatic court scene was the beginning of that strange, brief romance to which one can scarcely find a parallel. At the time there lived in Paris a young German named Adam Lux. The continual talk about Charlotte Corday had filled him with curiosity regarding this young girl, who had been so daring and so patriotic. She was denounced on every hand as a murderess with the face of a Medusa and the muscles of a Vulcan. Street songs about her were dinned into the ears of Adam Lux. As a student of human nature he was anxious to see this terrible creature. He forced his way to the front of the crowded benches in the court room and took his stand behind a young artist who was finishing a beautiful sketch. From that moment until the end of the trial the eyes of Adam Lux were fastened on the prisoner. What a contrast to the picture he had imagined! A mass of regal chestnut hair crowned with the white cap of a Norman peasant girl, grey eyes, very sad and serious, but looking serenely forth from under long dark lashes, lips slightly curved with an expression of quiet humour, a face the colour of the sun and wind, a bust indicative of perfect health, the chin of a Caesar, and the whole expression one of almost divine self-sacrifice. Such were the features that the painter was swiftly putting upon his canvas, but behind them Adam Lux discerned the soul for which he gladly sacrificed both his liberty and his life. He forgot his surroundings and seemed to see only that beautiful, pure face, and to hear only the exquisite cadences of the wonderful voice. When Charlotte was led forth by a file of soldiers, Adam staggered from the scene and made his way as best he might to his lodgings. There he lay prostrate, his whole soul filled with the love of her who had in an instant won the adoration of his heart. Once, and only once again, when the last scene opened on the tragedy, did he behold the heroine of his dreams. On the 17th of July Charlotte Corday was taken from her prison to the gloomy guillotine. It was toward evening, and nature had given a setting fit for such an end. Blue-black thunderclouds rolled in huge masses across the sky until their base appeared to rest on the very summit of the guillotine. Distant thunder rolled and grumbled beyond the river. Great drops of rain fell upon the soldiers' drums. Young, beautiful, unconscious of any wrong, Charlotte Corday stood beneath the shadow of the knife. At the supreme moment a sudden ray from the setting sun broke through the cloud rack and fell upon her slender figure until she glowed in the eyes of the startled spectators like a statue cut in burnished bronze. Thus illumined as it were by a light from heaven itself, she bowed herself beneath the knife and paid the penalty of a noble if misdirected impulse. As the blade fell, her lips quivered with her last and only plea: "My duty is enough. The rest is nothing." Adam Lux rushed from the scene a man transformed. He bore graven upon his heart neither the mob of tossing red caps, nor the glare of the sunset, nor the blood-stained guillotine, but that last look from those brilliant eyes. The sight almost deprived him of his reason. The self-sacrifice of the only woman he had ever loved, even though she had never so much as seen him, impelled him with a sort of fury to his own destruction. He wrote a bitter denunciation of the judges, of the officers, and of all who had been followers of Marat. This document he printed, and scattered copies of it through every quarter in Paris. The last sentences are as follows: "The guillotine is no longer a disgrace. It has become a sacred altar, from which every taint has been removed by the innocent blood shed there on the 17th of July. Forgive me, my divine Charlotte, if I find it impossible at the last moment to show the courage and the gentleness that were yours. I glory because you are superior to me, for it is right that she who is adored should be higher and more glorious than her adorer." This pamphlet, spread broadcast among the people, was soon reported to the leaders of the rabble. Adam Lux was arrested for treason against the Republic, but even these men had no desire to make a martyr of this hot-headed youth. They would stop his mouth without taking his life. Therefore he was tried and speedily found guilty, but an offer was made him that he might have passports that would allow him to return to Germany if only he would sign a retraction of his printed words. Little did the judges understand the fiery heart of the man they had to deal with. To die on the same scaffold as the woman whom he had idealized was to him the crowning triumph of his romantic love. He gave a prompt and insolent refusal to their offer. He swore that if released he would denounce his darling's murderers with a still greater passion. In anger the tribunal sentenced him to death. Only then he smiled and thanked his judges courteously, and soon after went blithely to the guillotine like a bridegroom to his marriage feast. Adam Lux. Spirit courtship had been carried on silently all through that terrible cross-examination of Charlotte Corday. His heart was betrothed to hers in that single gleam of the setting sun when she bowed beneath the knife. One may believe that these two souls were finally united when the same knife fell sullenly upon his neck, and when his life-blood sprinkled the altar that was still stained with hers. End of Charlotte Corday and Adam Lux.
Napoleon and Marie Walewska. Volume 2 of Famous Affinities of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Famous Affinities of History by Lyndon Orr. Volume 2. Napoleon and Marie Walewska. There are 4 women who may be said to have deeply influenced the life of Napoleon. These 4 are the only ones who need to be taken into account by the student of his imperial career. The great emperor was susceptible to feminine charms at all times, but just as it used to be said of him that his smile never rose above his eyes, so it might as truly be said that in most instances the throbbing of his heart did not affect his actions. Women to him were the creatures of the moment, although he might seem to care for them and to show his affection in extravagant ways, as in his affair with Mademoiselle Georges, the beautiful but rather tiresome actress. As for Madame de Staël, she bored him to distraction by her assumption of wisdom. That was not the kind of woman that Napoleon cared for. He preferred that a woman should be womanly, and not a sort of owl to sit and talk with him about the theory of government. When it came to married women, they interested him only because of the children they might bear to grow up as recruits for his insatiate armies. At the public balls given at the Tuileries he would walk about the gorgeous drawing rooms, and when a lady was presented to him he would snap out sharply, "How many children have you?" If she were able to answer that she had several, the emperor would look pleased and would pay her some compliment, but if she said that she had none, he would turn upon her sharply and say, "Then go home and have some." Of the four women who influenced his life, first must come Josephine, because she secured him his earliest chance of advancement. She met him through Barras, with whom she was said to be rather intimate. The young soldier was fascinated by her, the more because she was older than he, and possessed all the practised arts of the Creole and the woman of the world. When she married him, she brought him as her dowry the command of the army of Italy, where in a few months he made the tricolor, borne by ragged troops, triumphant over the splendidly equipped hosts of Austria. She was his first love, and his knowledge of her perfidy gave him the greatest shock and horror of his whole life. Yet she might have held him to the end if she had borne an heir to the imperial throne. It was her failure to do so that led Napoleon to divorce Josephine and marry the thick-lipped Marie Louise of Austria. There were times later when he showed signs of regret and said, "I have had no luck since I gave up Josephine." Marie Louise was of importance for a time, the short time when she entertained her husband and delighted him by giving birth to the little King of Rome. Yet in the end she was but an episode, fleeing from her husband in his misfortune, becoming the mistress of Count Neipperg, and letting her son l'Aiglon die in a land that was far from France. Napoleon's sister, Pauline Bonaparte, was the third woman who comes to mind when we contemplate the great Corsican's career. She, too, is an episode. During the period of his ascendancy she plagued him with her wanton ways, her sauciness, and trickery. It was amusing to throw him into one of his violent rages. But Pauline was true at heart, and when her great brother was sent to Elba, she followed him devotedly and gave him all her store of jewels, including the famous Borghese diamonds, perhaps the most superb of all gems known to the Western world. She would gladly have followed him also to St. Helena, had she been permitted. Remaining behind, she did everything possible in conspiring to secure his freedom. But, after all, Pauline and Marie Louise count for comparatively little. Josephine's fate was interwoven with Napoleon's, and with his Corsican superstition he often said so. The fourth woman, of whom I am writing here, may be said to have almost equaled Josephine in her influence on the emperor as well as in the pathos of her life story. On New Year's Day of 1807, Napoleon, who was then almost Emperor of Europe, passed through the little town of Bronia in Poland. Riding with his cavalry to Warsaw, the ancient capital of the Polish kingdom, he seemed a very demagogue of battle. True, he had had to abandon his long-cherished design of invading and overrunning England, and Nelson had shattered his fleets and practically driven his flag from the sea. But the naval disaster of Trafalgar had speedily been followed by the triumph of Austerlitz, the greatest and most brilliant of all Napoleon's victories, which left Austria and Russia humbled to the very ground before him. Then Prussia had dared to defy the overbearing conqueror, and had put into the field against him her armies trained by Frederick the Great, but these he had shattered almost at a stroke, winning in one day the decisive battles of Jena and Auerstadt. He had stabled his horses in the royal palace of the Hohenzollerns, and had pursued the remnant of the Prussian forces to the Russian border. As he marched into the Polish provinces, the people swarmed by thousands to meet him, and hail him as their country's savior. They believed down to the very last that Bonaparte would make the Poles once more a free and independent nation, and rescue them from the tyranny of Russia. Napoleon played upon this feeling in every manner known to his artful mind. He used it to alarm the Czar. He used it to intimidate the Emperor of Austria, but more especially did he use it among the Poles themselves, to win for his armies thousands upon thousands of gallant soldiers, who believed that in fighting for Napoleon they were fighting for the final independence of their native land. Therefore, with the intensity of patriotism which is a passion among the Poles, every man and every woman gazed at Napoleon with something like adoration, for was not he the mighty warrior who had in his gift what all desired? Soldiers of every rank swarmed to his standards. Princes and nobles flocked about him. Those who stayed at home repeated wonderful stories of his victories, and prayed for him and fed the flame which spread through all the country. It was felt that no sacrifice was too great to win his favor, that to him, as a deity, everything that he desired should be yielded up, since he was to restore the liberty of Poland. And hence, when the carriage of the emperor dashed into Bronia, surrounded by Polish lancers and French cuirassiers, the enormous crowd surged forward and blocked the way so that their hero could not pass because of their cheers and cries and supplications. In the midst of it all there came a voice of peculiar sweetness from the thickest portion of the crowd. "Please let me pass," said the voice. "Let me see him, if only for a moment." The populace rolled backward, and through the lane which they made, a beautiful girl with dark blue eyes that flamed, and streaming hair that had become loosened about her radiant face, was confronting the emperor. Carried away by her enthusiasm, she cried, "Thrice welcome to Poland! We can do or say nothing to express our joy in the country which you will surely deliver from its tyrant." The emperor bowed, and, with a smile, handed a great bouquet of roses to the girl, for her beauty and her enthusiasm had made a deep impression on him. "Take it," said he, "as a proof of my admiration. I trust that I may have the pleasure of meeting you at Warsaw, and of hearing your thanks from those beautiful lips." In a moment more the trumpets rang out shrilly, the horsemen closed up beside the imperial carriage, and it rolled away amid the tumultuous shouting of the populace. The girl who had so attracted Napoleon's attention was Marie Walewska, descended from an ancient though impoverished family in Poland. When she was only 15, she was courted by one of the wealthiest men in Poland, the Count Walewska. He was 3 or 4 times her age, yet her dark blue eyes, her massive golden hair, and the exquisite grace of her figure led him to plead that she might become his wife. She had accepted him, but the marriage was that of a mere child, and her interest still centred upon her country, and took the form of patriotism rather than that of wifehood and maternity. It was for this reason that the young countess had visited Bronia. She was now 18 years of age, and still had the sort of romantic feeling which led her to think that she would keep in some secret hiding place the bouquet which the greatest man alive had given her. But Napoleon was not the sort of man to forget anything that had given him either pleasure or the reverse. He who, at the height of his cares, could recall instantly how many cannon were in each seaport of France, and could make out an accurate list of all his military stores, he who would call by name every soldier in his guard, with the full remembrance of the battles each man had fought in, and the honours that he had won, he was not likely to forget so lovely a face as the one which had gleamed with peculiar radiance through the crowd at Bronia. On reaching Warsaw, he asked one or two well-informed persons about this beautiful stranger. Only a few hours had passed before Prince Poniatowski, accompanied by other nobles, called upon her at her home. "I am directed, madam," said he, "by order of the Emperor of France, to bid you to be present at a ball that is to be given in his honour to-morrow evening." Madame Walewska was startled, and her face grew hot with blushes. Did the emperor remember her escapade at Bronia? If so, how had he discovered her? Why should he seek her out, and do her such an honour? "That, madame, is his imperial majesty's affair," Poniatowski told her. "I merely obey his instructions and ask your presence at the ball. Perhaps heaven has marked you out to be the means of saving our unhappy country." In this way, by playing on her patriotism, Poniatowski almost persuaded her, and yet something held her back. She trembled, though she was greatly fascinated, and finally she refused to go. Scarcely had the envoy left her, however, when a great company of nobles entered in groups and begged her to humour the emperor. Finally, her own husband joined in their entreaties, and actually commanded her to go. So at last she was compelled to yield. It was by no means the frank and radiant girl who was now preparing again to meet the emperor. She knew not why, and yet her heart was full of trepidation and nervous fright, the cause of which she could not guess, yet which made her task a severe ordeal. She dressed herself in white satin, with no adornment save a wreath of foliage in her hair. As she entered the ballroom she was welcomed by hundreds whom she had never seen before, but who were of the highest nobility of Poland. Murmurs of admiration followed her, and finally Poniatowski came to her and complimented her, besides bringing her a message that the emperor desired her to dance with him. "I am very sorry," she said with a quiver of the lips, "but I really cannot dance. Be kind enough to ask the emperor to excuse me." But at that very moment she felt some strange magnetic influence, and without looking up she could feel that Napoleon himself was standing by her as she sat with blanched face and downcast eyes, not daring to look up at him. "White upon white is a mistake, madam," said the emperor in his gentlest tones. Then, stooping low, he whispered, "I had expected a far different reception." She neither smiled nor met his eyes. He stood there for a moment, and then passed on, leaving her to return to her home with a heavy heart. The young Countess felt that she had acted wrongly, and yet there was an instinct that she could not conquer. In the grey of the morning, while she was still tossing feverishly, her maid knocked at the door and brought her a hastily scribbled note. It ran as follows: I saw none but you. I admired none but you. I desire only you. Answer at once, and calm the impatient ardor of N. These passionate words burned from her eyes the veil that had hidden the truth from her. What before had been mere blind instinct became an actual verity. Why had she at first rushed forth into the very streets to hail the possible deliverer of her country, and then why had she shrunk from him when he sought to honour her? It was all clear enough now. This bedside missive meant that he had intended her dishonour, and that he had looked upon her simply as a possible mistress. At once she crushed the note angrily in her hand. "There is no answer at all," said she, bursting into bitter tears at the very thought that he should dare to treat her in this way. But on the following morning, when she awoke, her maid was standing beside her with a second letter from Napoleon. She refused to open it, and placed it in a packet with the first letter, and ordered that both of them should be returned to the emperor. She shrank from speaking to her husband of what had happened, and there was no one else in whom she dared confide. All through that day there came hundreds of visitors, either of princely rank or men who had won fame by their gallantry and courage. They all begged to see her, but to them all she sent one answer, that she was ill and could see no one. After a time her husband burst into her room and insisted that she should see them. "Why," exclaimed he, "you are insulting the greatest men and the noblest women of Poland. More than that, there are some of the most distinguished Frenchmen sitting at your doorstep, as it were. There is Duroc, Grand Marshal of France, and in refusing to see him you are insulting the great emperor on whom depends everything that our country longs for. Napoleon has invited you to a state dinner, and you have given him no answer whatever. I order you to rise at once and receive these ladies and gentlemen who have done you so much honour." She could not refuse. Presently she appeared in her drawing room, where she was at once surrounded by an immense throng of her own countrymen and countrywomen, who made no pretence of misunderstanding the situation. To them, what was one woman's honour when compared with the freedom and independence of their nation? She was overwhelmed by arguments and entreaties. She was even accused of being disloyal to the cause of Poland if she refused her consent. One of the strangest documents of that period was a letter sent to her and signed by the noblest men in Poland. It contained a powerful appeal to her patriotism. One remarkable passage even quotes the Bible to point out her line of duty. A portion of this letter ran as follows: "Did Esther, think you, give herself to Ahasuerus out of the fullness of her love for him? So great was the terror with which he inspired her, that she fainted at the sight of him. We may therefore conclude that affection had but little to do with her resolve. She sacrificed her own inclinations to the salvation of her country, and that salvation it was her glory to achieve. may we be enabled to say the same of you, to your glory and our own happiness. After this letter came others from Napoleon himself, full of the most humble pleading. It was not wholly distasteful thus to have the conqueror of the world seek her out and offer her his adoration, any more than it was distasteful to think that the revival of her own nation depended on her single will. Monsieur Frederic Masson, whose minute studies regarding everything relating to Napoleon have won him a seat in the French Academy, writes of Marie Walewska at this time: "Every force was now brought into play against her. Her country, her friends, her religion, the Old and the New Testaments, all urged her to yield. They all combined for the ruin of a simple and inexperienced girl of 18, who had no parents, whose husband even thrust her into temptation, and whose friends thought that her downfall would be her glory. Amid all these powerful influences she consented to attend the dinner. To her gratification, Napoleon treated her with distant courtesy, and in fact with a certain coldness. I heard that Madame Walewska was indisposed. I trust that she has recovered," was all the greeting that he gave her when they met. Every one else with whom she spoke overwhelmed her with flattery and with continued urging, but the emperor himself for a time acted as if she had displeased him. This was consummate art, for as soon as she was relieved of her fears she began to regret that she had thrown her power away. During the dinner she let her eyes wander to those of the emperor, almost in supplication. He, the subtlest of men, knew that he had won. His marvelous eyes met hers and drew her attention to him as by an electric current, and when the ladies left the great dining room Napoleon sought her out and whispered in her ear a few words of ardent love. It was too little to alarm her seriously now. It was enough to make her feel that magnetism which Napoleon knew so well how to evoke and exercise. Again every one crowded about her with congratulations. Some said, "He never even saw any of us. His eyes were all for you. They flashed fire as he looked at you. You have conquered his heart," others said, "and you can do what you like with him. The salvation of Poland is in your hands." The company broke up at an early hour, but Mme. Walewska was asked to remain. When she was alone, General Duroc, one of the emperor's favorite officers and most trusted lieutenants, entered and placed a letter from Napoleon in her lap. He tried to tell her, as tactfully as possible, how much harm she was doing by refusing the imperial request. She was deeply affected, and presently, when Duroc left her, she opened the letter which he had given her and read it. It was worded thus: "There are times when all splendors become oppressive, as I feel but too deeply at the present moment. How can I satisfy the desires of a heart that yearns to cast itself at your feet, when its impulses are checked at every point by considerations of the highest moment? Oh, if you would, you alone might overcome the obstacles that keep us apart. My friend Duroc will make all easy for you. Oh, come, come! Your every wish shall be gratified. Your country will be dearer to me when you take pity on my poor heart. N." Every chance of escape seemed to be closed. She had Napoleon's own word that he would free Poland in return for her self-sacrifice. Moreover, her powers of resistance had been so weakened that, like many women, she temporized. She decided that she would meet the emperor alone. She would tell him that she did not love him, and yet would plead with him to save her beloved country. As she sat there, every tick of the clock stirred her to a new excitement. At last there came a knock upon the door. A cloak was thrown about her from behind, a heavy veil was drooped about her golden hair, and she was led, by whom she knew not, to the street, where a finely appointed carriage was waiting for her. No sooner had she entered it than she was driven rapidly through the darkness to the beautifully carved entrance of a palace. Half led, half carried, she was taken up the steps to a door which was eagerly opened by some one within. There were warmth and light and color and the scent of flowers as she was placed in a comfortable armchair. Her wrappings were taken from her, the door was closed behind her, and then, as she looked up, she found herself in the presence of Napoleon, who was kneeling at her feet and uttering soothing words. Wisely, the emperor used no violence. He merely argued with her. He told her over and over his love for her, and finally he declared that for her sake he would make Poland once again a strong and splendid kingdom. Several hours passed. In the early morning, before daylight, there came a knock at the door. "All ready?" said Napoleon. "Well, my plaintive dove, go home and rest. You must not fear the eagle. In time you will come to love him, and in all things you shall command him." Then he led her to the door, but said that he would not open it unless she promised to see him the next day, a promise which she gave the more readily because he had treated her with such respect. On the following morning her faithful maid came to her bedside with a cluster of beautiful violets, a letter, and several daintily made morocco cases. When these were opened, there leaped out strings and necklaces of exquisite diamonds, blazing in the morning sunlight. Madame Walewska seized the jewels and flung them across the room with an order that they should be taken back at once to the imperial giver. But the letter, which was in the same romantic strain as the others, she retained. On that same evening there was another dinner given to the emperor by the nobles, and Marie Walewska attended it, but of course without the diamonds, which she had returned, nor did she wear the flowers which had accompanied the diamonds. When Napoleon met her, he frowned upon her and made her tremble with the cold glances that shot from his eyes of steel. He scarcely spoke to her throughout the meal, but those who sat beside her were earnest in their pleading. Again she waited until the guests had gone away, and with a lighter heart, since she felt that she had nothing to fear. But when she met Napoleon in his private cabinet, alone, his mood was very different from that which he had shown before. Instead of gentleness and consideration, he was the Napoleon of camps and not of courts. He greeted her brusquely. "I scarcely expected to see you again," said he. "Why did you refuse my diamonds and my flowers? Why did you avoid my eyes at dinner? Your coldness is an insult which I shall not brook." Then he raised his voice to that rasping, almost blood-curdling tone which even his hardiest soldiers dreaded. "I will have you know that I mean to conquer you. You shall, yes, I repeat it, you shall love me. I have restored the name of your country. It owes its very existence to me." Then he resorted to a trick which he had played years before in dealing with the Austrians at Campo Formio. "See this watch which I am holding in my hand. Just as I dash it to fragments before you, so will I shatter Poland if you drive me to desperation by rejecting my heart and refusing me your own." As he spoke he hurled the watch against the opposite wall with terrific force, dashing it to pieces. In terror Madame Walewska fainted. When she resumed consciousness, there was Napoleon wiping away her tears with the tenderness of a woman and with words of self-reproach. The long siege was over. Napoleon had conquered, and this girl of 18 gave herself up to his caresses and endearments, thinking that, after all, her love of country was more than her own honor. Her husband, as a matter of form, put her away from him, though at heart he approved what she had done, while the Polish people regarded her as nothing less than a national heroine. To them she was no minister to the vices of an emperor, but rather one who would make him love Poland for her sake and restore its greatness. So far as concerned his love for her, it was indeed almost idolatry. He honored her in every way and spent all the time at his disposal in her company. But his promise to restore Poland he never kept, and gradually she found that he had never meant to keep it. "I love your country," he would say, "and I am willing to aid in the attempt to uphold its rights. But my first duty is to France. I cannot shed French blood in a foreign cause." By this time, however, Marie Walewska had learned to love Napoleon for his own sake. She could not resist his ardor, which matched the ardor of the Poles themselves. Moreover, it flattered her to see the greatest soldier in the world a suppliant for her smiles. For some years she was Napoleon's close companion, spending long hours with him, and finally accompanying him to Paris. She was the mother of Napoleon's only son, who lived to manhood. This son, who bore the name of Alexandre Florian de Walewski, was born in Poland in 1810, and later was created a count and duke of the Second French Empire. It may be said parenthetically that he was a man of great ability. Living down to 1868, he was made much of by Napoleon III, who placed him in high offices of state, which he filled with distinction. In contrast with the Duc de Morny, who was Napoleon's illegitimate half-brother, Alexandre de Walewski stood out in brilliant contrast. He would have nothing to do with stock-jobbing and unseemly speculation. "I may be poor," he said, though he was not poor, "but at least I remember the glory of my father and what is due to his great name." As for Madame Walewska, she was loyal to the emperor, and lacked the greed of many women whom he had made his favorites. Even at Elba, when he was in exile and disgrace, she visited him that she might endeavor to console him. She was his counselor and friend, as well as his earnestly loved mate. When she died in Paris in 1817, while the dethroned emperor was a prisoner at St. Helena, the word Napoleon was the last upon her lips. End of Napoleon and Marie Walewska.
The Story of Pauline Bonaparte, Volume 2 of Famous Affinities of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Famous Affinities of History by Lyndon, Volume 2. The Story of Pauline Bonaparte. It was said of Napoleon long ago that he could govern emperors and kings, but that not even he could rule his relatives. He himself once declared, "My family have done me far more harm than I have been able to do them good." It would be an interesting historical study to determine just how far the great soldier's family aided in his downfall by their selfishness, their jealousy, their meanness, and their ingratitude. There is something piquant in thinking of Napoleon as a domestic sort of person. Indeed, it is rather difficult to do so. When we speak his name, we think of the stern warrior hurling his army up bloody slopes and on to bloody victory. He is the man whose steely eyes made his haughtiest marshals tremble, or else the wise, far-seeing statesman and lawgiver. But decidedly he is not the household model. We read of his sharp speech of women, of his outrageous manners at the dinner table, and of the thousand or more details which Madame de Remusot has chronicled, and perhaps in part invented, for there has always existed the suspicion that her eminence was that of a woman who had herself sought the imperial favor and had failed to win it. But in fact all these stories relate to the Napoleon of courts and places, and not to the Napoleon of home. In his private life this great man was not merely affectionate and indulgent, but he even showed a certain weakness where his relatives were concerned, so he let them prey upon him almost without end. He had a great deal of the Italian largeness and lavishness of character with his family. When a petty officer, he nearly starved himself in order to give his younger brother Louis a military education. He was devotedly fond of children, and they were fond of him, as many anecdotes attest. His passionate love for Josephine before he learned of her infidelity is almost painful to read. And even afterward, when he had been disillusioned, and when she was paying Foch 1,000 francs a day to spy upon Napoleon's every action, he still treated her with friendliness and allowed her extravagance to embarrass him. He made his eldest brother Joseph King of Spain, and Spain proved almost as deadly to him as did Russia. He made his youngest brother Jerome King of Westphalia, and Jerome turned the place into a pigsty, and brought discredit on the very name of Bonaparte. His brother Louis, for whom he had starved himself, he placed upon the throne of Holland, and Louis promptly devoted himself to his own interests, conniving at many things that were inimical to France. He was planning high advancement for his brother Lucien, and Lucien suddenly married a disreputable actress and fled with her to England, where he was received with pleasure by the most persistent of all Napoleon's enemies. So much for his brothers, incompetent, ungrateful, or openly his foes. But his three sisters were no less remarkable in the relations which they bore to him. They had been styled the three crowned courtesans, and they have been condemned together as being utterly devoid of principle and monsters of ingratitude. Much of this censure was well deserved by all of them, by Caroline, by Elise, and Pauline. But when we look at the facts impartially, we shall find something which makes Pauline stand out alone as infinitely superior to her sisters. Of all other Bonapartes, she was the only one who showed fidelity and gratitude to the Emperor her brother. Even Madame Mère, Napoleon's mother, who beyond all question transmitted to him his great mental and physical power, did nothing for him. At the height of his splendor she hoarded sous and francs, and grandly remarked, "All this is for a time, it isn't going to last." Pauline, however, was in one respect different from all her kindred. Napoleon made Elise a princess in her own right, and gave her the Grand Duchy of Tuscany. He married Caroline to Marshal Murat, and they became respectively King and Queens of Naples. For Pauline he did very little, less, in fact, than for any other member of his family, and yet she alone stood by him to the end. This feather-headed, languishing, beautiful, distracting morsel of frivolity, who had the manners of a kitten and the morals of a cat, nevertheless was not wholly unworthy to be Napoleon's sister. One has to tell many hard things of her, and yet one almost pardons her because of her underlying devotion to the man who made the name of Bonaparte illustrious forever. Caroline, Queen of Naples, urged her husband to turn against his former chief. Elise, sour and greedy, threw in her fortunes with the Murats. Pauline, as we shall see, had the one redeeming trait of gratitude. To those who knew her, she was from girlhood an incarnation of what used to be called femininity. We have today another and a higher definition of womanhood, but to her contemporaries and to many modern writers she has seemed to be the first of all woman, woman to the tips of her rosy fingernails, says Levi. Those who saw her were distracted by her loveliness. They say that no one can form any idea of her beauty from her pictures. A veritable masterpiece of creation she had been called. Frederic Masson declares, "She was so much more the typical woman that with her the defects common to women reached the highest development, while her beauty attained a perfection which may justly be called unique." No one speaks of Pauline Bonaparte's character or of her intellect, but wholly of her loveliness and her charm, and, it must be added, of her utter lack of anything like a moral sense. Even as a child of 13, when the Bonapartes left Corsica and took up their abode in Marseilles, she attracted universal attention by her wonderful eyes, her grace, and also by her utter lack of decorum, which she showed. The Bonaparte girls at this time lived almost on charity. The future emperor was then a captain of artillery, and could give them but little out of his scanty pay. Pauline, or as they called her in those days, Paulette, wore unbecoming hats and shabby gowns, and shoes that were full of holes. None the less, she was sought out by several men of note, among them Friron, a commissioner of the Convention. He visited Pauline so often as to cause unfavorable comment. But he was in love with her, and she fell in love with him to the extent of her capacity. She used to write to him love letters in Italian, which were certainly not lacking in ardor. Here is the end of one of them. "I love you always and most passionately. I love you forever, my beautiful idol, my heart, my appealing lover. I love you, love you, love you. The most loved of lovers, and I swear never to love any one else." This was interesting in view of the fact that soon afterward she fell in love with Junot, who became a famous marshal. But her love affairs never gave her any serious trouble, and the three sisters, who now began to feel the influence of Napoleon's rise to power, enjoyed themselves as they had never done before. At Antibes they had a beautiful villa, and later a mansion at Milan. By this time Napoleon had routed the Austrians in Italy, and all France was ringing with his name. What was Pauline like in her maidenhood? Arnauld says, "She was an extraordinary combination of perfect physical beauty and the strangest moral laxity. She was as pretty as you please, but utterly unreasonable. She had no more manners than a schoolgirl, talking incoherently, giggling at everything and nothing, and mimicking the most serious persons of rank." General Richard, who knew her then, tells in his monograph of the private theatricals in which Pauline took part, and of the sport which they had behind the scenes. He says, "The Bonaparte girls used literally to dress us. They pulled our ears and slapped us, but they always kissed and made up later. We used to stay in the girls' room all the time when they were dressing." Napoleon was anxious to see his sisters in some way settled. He proposed to General Marmont to marry Pauline. The girl was then only 17, and one might have some faith in her character. But Marmont was shrewd, and knew her far too well. The words in which he declined the honor are interesting. "I know that she is charming and exquisitely beautiful, yet I have dreams of domestic happiness, of fidelity and of virtue. Such dreams are seldom realized, I know, still in the hope of winning them." And then he paused, coughed, and completed what he had to say in a sort of mumble, but his meaning was wholly clear. He would not accept the offer of Pauline in marriage, even though she was the sister of his mighty chief. Then Napoleon turned to General Leclerc, with whom Pauline had for some time flirted, as she had flirted with almost all the officers of Napoleon's staff. Leclerc was only 26. He was rich and of good manners, and rather serious and in poor health. This was not precisely the sort of husband for Pauline, if we look at it in a conventional way, but it served Napoleon's purpose, and it did not in the least interfere with his sister's intrigues. Poor Leclerc, who really loved Pauline, grew thin, and graver still in manner. He was sent to Spain and Portugal, and finally was made commander-in-chief to the French expedition to Haiti, where the famous black rebel Toussaint de Louverture was heading an uprising of the negroes. Napoleon ordered Pauline to accompany her husband. Pauline flatly refused, although she made this an occasion of ordering mountains of pretty clothes and pyramids of hats. But still she refused to go on board the flagship. Leclerc expostulated and pleaded, but the lovely witch laughed in his face and still persisted that she would never go. Word was brought to Napoleon, and he made short work of her resistance. "Bring a litter," he said, with one of his steely glances. "Order 6 grenadiers to thrust her into it." and see that she goes on board forthwith." And so, screeching like an angry cat, she was carried on board, and set sail with her husband and one of her former lovers. She found Haiti and Santo Domingo more agreeable than she had supposed. She was there a sort of queen who could do as she pleased, and have her orders implicitly obeyed. Her dissipation was something frightful, her folly and her vanity were beyond belief. But at the end of 2 years both she and her husband fell ill. He was stricken down by the yellow fever, which was decimating the French army. Pauline was suffering from the results of her life in a tropical climate. Leclerc died, the expedition was abandoned, and Pauline brought the general's body back to France. When he was buried she, still recovering from her fever, had him interred in a costly coffin, and paid him the tribute of cutting off her beautiful hair and burying it with him. "What a touching tribute to her dead husband," said someone to Napoleon. The Emperor smiled cynically as he remarked, of course she knows that her hair is bound to fall out after her fever, and that it will come in longer and thicker for being cropped." Napoleon, in fact, though he loved Pauline better than his other sisters, or perhaps because he loved her better, was very strict with her. He obliged her to wear mourning and to observe some of the proprieties, but it was hard to keep her within bounds. Presently it became noised about that Prince Camillo Borghese was exceedingly intimate with her. The prince was an excellent specimen of the fashionable Italian. He was immensely rich. His palace at Rome was crammed with pictures, statues, and every sort of artistic treasure. He was the owner, moreover, of the famous Borghese jewels, the finest collections of diamonds in the world. Napoleon rather sternly insisted upon her marrying Borghese. Fortunately, the prince was very willing to be connected with Napoleon, while Pauline was delighted at the idea of having diamonds that would eclipse all the gems which Josephine possessed. For, like all the Bonapartes, she detested her brother's wife. So she would be married and show her diamonds to Josephine. It was a bit of feminine malice which she could not resist. The marriage took place very quietly at Joseph Bonaparte's house, because of the absence of Napoleon. But the newly made princess was invited to visit Josephine at the palace of St. Cloud. Here was to be the triumph of her life. She spent many days in planning a toilette which should be absolutely crushing to Josephine. Whatever she wore must be a background for the famous diamonds. Finally she decided on green velvet. When the day came, Pauline stood before a mirror and gazed at herself with diamonds glistening in her hair, shimmering around her neck, and fastened so thickly on her green velvet gown as to remind one of a moving jewel casket. She actually shed tears of joy. Then she entered her carriage and drove out to St. Cloud. But the Creole, Josephine, though no longer young, was a woman of great subtlety as well as charm. Stories had been told to her of the green velvet, and therefore she had her drawing room redecorated in the most uncompromising blue. It killed the green velvet completely. As for the diamonds, she met that maneuver by wearing not a single gem of any kind. Her dress was in Indian muslin with a broad hem of gold. Her exquisite simplicity, coupled with her dignity of bearing, made the Princess Pauline, with her shower of diamond and her green velvet displayed against the blue, seem absolutely vulgar. Josephine was most generous in her admiration of the Borghese gems, and she kissed Pauline on parting. The victory was hers. There was another story of a defeat which Pauline met from another lady, one Madame de Coutades. This was at the magnificent ball given to the most fashionable world of Paris. Pauline decided upon going, and intended, in her own phrase, to blot out every woman there. She kept the secret of her toilette absolutely, and she entered the ballroom at the psychological moment. When all the guests had just assembled, she appeared, and at sight of her the music stopped. Silence fell upon the assemblage, and a sort of quiver went through everyone. Her costume was of the finest muslin, bordered with golden palm leaves. 4 bands, spotted like leopard skin, were wound around her head, while these in turn were supported by little clusters of golden grapes. She had copied the headdress of a Baron de Louvre. All over her person were cameos, and just beneath her breasts she wore a golden band held in place by an engraved gem. Her beautiful wrists, arms, and hands were bare. She had, in fact, blotted out her rivals. Nevertheless, Madame de Coutances took her revenge. She went up to Pauline, who was lying on a divan, to set off her loveliness, and began gazing at the princess through a double eye-glass. Pauline felt flattered for a moment, and then became uneasy. The lady who was looking at her said to a companion in a tone of compassion, "What a pity! She really would be lovely if it weren't for that." "For what?" returned her escort. "Why, are you blind? It It is so remarkable that you surely must see it." Pauline was beginning to lose her self-composure. She flushed and looked wildly about, wondering what was meant. Then she heard Madame Coutades say, "Why, her ears! If I had such ears as those, I would cut them off." Pauline gave one great gasp and fainted dead away. As a matter of fact, her ears were not so bad. They were simply very flat and colorless, forming a contrast with the rosy tints of her face. But from that moment no one could see anything but these ears, and thereafter the princess wore her hair low enough to cover them. This may be seen in the statue of her by Canova. It was considered a very daring thing for her to pose for him in the nude, for only a bit of drapery is thrown over her lower limbs. Yet it is true that this statue is absolutely classical in its conception and execution, and its interest is heightened by the fact that its model was what she afterward styled herself with true Napoleonic pride, a sister of Bonaparte. Pauline detested Josephine, and was pleased when Napoleon divorced her, but she also disliked the Austrian Archduchess Marie Louise, who was Josephine's successor. On one occasion, at a great court function, she got behind the Empress and ran out her tongue at her, in full view of all the nobles and distinguished persons present. Napoleon's eagle eye flashed upon Pauline, and blazed up like fire upon ice. She actually took to her heels, rushed out of the ball, and never visited the court again. It would require much time to tell of her other eccentricities, of her intrigues, which were innumerable, of her quarrel with her husband, and of the minor breaches of decorum with which she startled Paris. One of these was her choice of a huge negro to bathe her every morning. When some one ventured to protest, she answered naively, "What, do you call that thing a man?" And she compromised by compelling her black servitor to go out and marry some one at once, so that he might continue his ministrations with propriety. To her Napoleon showed himself far more severe than with either Caroline or Elise. He gave her a marriage dowry of 500,000 francs when she became the Princess of Borghese, but after that he was continually checking her extravagances. Yet in 1814, when the downfall came and Napoleon was sent into exile to Elba, Pauline was the only one of all his relatives to visit him and spend her time with him. His wife fell away and went back to her Austrian relatives. Of all the Bonapartes, only Pauline and Madame Mère remained faithful to the Emperor. Even then Napoleon refused to pay a bill of hers of 62 francs, while he allowed her only 240 francs for the maintenance of her horses. But she, with a generosity of which one would have thought her quite incapable, gave to her brother a great part of her fortune. When he escaped from Elba and began the campaign of 1815, she presented him with all the Borghese diamonds. In fact, he had them with him in his carriage to Waterloo, where they were captured by the English. Contrast this with the meanness and ingratitude of her sisters and her brothers, and one may well believe that she was sincerely proud of what it meant to be la sœur de Bonaparte. When he was sent to St. Helena, she was ill in bed and could not accompany him. Nevertheless, she tried to sell all her trinkets, of which she was so proud, in order that she might give him help. When he died, she received the news with bitter tears on hearing all the particulars of that long agony. As for herself, she did not long survive. At the age of 44, her last moments came. Knowing that she was to die, she sent for Prince Borghese and sought a reconciliation. But after all she died as she had lived, the queen of trinkets, la reine des colifichets. She asked the servant to bring a mirror. She gazed into it with her dying eyes, and then, as she sank back, it was with a smile of deep content. "I am not afraid to die," she said. "I am still beautiful." End of the story of Pauline Bonaparte. Recording by Ellie, August 2009.
The Story of the Empress Marie Louise and Count Neipperg, Volume 2 of Famous Affinities of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. Famous Affinities of History by Lyndon Orr. Volume 2, The Story of the Empress Marie Louise and Count Neipperg. There is one famous woman whom history condemns, while at the same time it partly hides the facts which might mitigate the harshness of the judgment that is passed upon her. This woman is Marie Louise, Empress of France, consort of the great Napoleon, and Archduchess of Imperial Austria. When the most brilliant figure in all history, after his overthrow in 1814, was in tawdry exile on the petty island of Elba, the Empress was already about to become a mother, and the father of her unborn child was not Napoleon, but another man. This is almost all that is usually remembered of her, that she was unfaithful to Napoleon, that she abandoned him in the hour of his defeat, and that she gave herself with readiness to one inferior in rank, yet with whom she lived for years, and to whom she bore what the French writer styled "a brood of bastards." Naturally enough, the Austrian and German historians do not have much to say of Marie Louise, because in her own disgrace she also brought disgrace upon the proudest reigning family in Europe. Naturally, also, French writers, even those who are hostile to Napoleon, do not care to dwell upon the story, since France itself was humiliated when its greatest genius and most splendid soldier was deceived by his Austrian wife. Therefore, there are still many who know little beyond the bare fact that the Empress Marie Louise threw away her pride as a princess, her reputation as a wife, and her honor as a woman. Her figure seems to crouch in a sort of murky byway, and those who pass over the high road of history ignore it with averted eyes. In reality, the story of Napoleon and Marie Louise, and of the Count von Neipperg, is one which, when you search it to the very core, leads you straight to a sex problem of a very curious nature. Nowhere else does it occur in the relations of the great personages of history, but in literature Balzac, that master of psychology, has touched upon the theme in the early chapters of his famous novel called "A Woman of 30." As to the Napoleonic story, let us first recall the facts of the case, giving them in such order that their full significance may be understood. In 1809, Napoleon, then at the plenitude of his power, shook himself free from the clinging clasp of Josephine and procured the annulment of his marriage to her. He really owed her nothing. Before he knew her, she had been the mistress of another. In the first years of their life together, she had been notoriously unfaithful to him. He had held to her from habit, which was in part a superstition, but the remembrance of the wrong which she had done him made her faded charms at times almost repulsive. And then Josephine had never borne him any children, and without a son to perpetuate his dynasty, the gigantic achievements which he had wrought seemed futile in his eyes, and likely to crumble into nothingness when he should die. No sooner had the marriage been annulled than his titanic ambition leaped, as it always did, to a tremendous pinnacle. He would wed, he would have children, but he would wed no petty princess. The man who in his early youth had felt honored by a marriage with the almost déclassée widow of a Creole planter, now stretched out his hand that he might take to himself a woman not merely royal but imperial. At first he sought the sister of the Czar of Russia, but Alexander entertained a profound distrust of the French emperor, and managed to evade the tentative demand. There was, however, a reigning family far more ancient than the Romanoffs, a family which had held the imperial dignity for nearly 6 centuries, the oldest and the noblest blood in Europe. This was the Austrian house of Hapsburg. Its head, the Emperor Francis, had 13 children, of whom the eldest, the Archduchess Marie Louise, was then in her 19th year. Napoleon had resented the rebuff which the Czar had given him. He turned, therefore, the more eagerly to the other project. Yet there were many reasons why an Austrian marriage might be dangerous, or at any rate ill omened. Only 16 years before, an Austrian archduchess, Marie Antoinette, married to the ruler of France, had met her death upon the scaffold. Hated and cursed by the French people, who had always blamed "the Austrian" for the evil days which had ended in the flames of revolution. Again, the father of the girl to whom Napoleon's fancy turned had been the bitter enemy of the new regime in France. His troops had been beaten by the French in 5 wars, and had been crushed at Austerlitz and Wagram. Bonaparte had twice entered Vienna at the head of a conquering army, and thrice he had slept in the imperial palace at Schönbrunn, while Francis was fleeing through the dark, a beaten fugitive, pursued by the swift squadrons of the French cavalry. The feeling of Francis of Austria was not merely that of the vanquished toward the victor. It was a deep hatred, almost religious in its fervor. He was the head and front of the old-time feudalism of birth and blood. Napoleon was the incarnation of the modern spirit which demolished thrones and set an iron heel upon crowned heads, giving the sacred titles of king and prince to soldiers who, even in palaces, still showed the swaggering brutality of the camp and the stable whence they sprang. Yet just because an alliance with the Austrian house seemed in so many ways impossible, the thought of it inflamed the ardor of Napoleon all the more. "Impossible?" he had once said contemptuously. "The word impossible is not French." The Austrian alliance, unnatural though it seemed, was certainly quite possible. In the year 1809 Napoleon had finished his 5th war with Austria by that terrific battle of Wagram, which brought the empire of the Habsburgs to the very dust. The conqueror's rude hand had stripped from Francis province after province. He had even let fall hints that the Habsburgs might be dethroned, and that Austria might disappear from the map of Europe, to be divided between himself and the Russian Czar, who was still his ally. It was at this psychological moment that the Czar wounded Napoleon's pride by refusing to give the hand of his sister Anne. The subtle diplomats of Vienna immediately saw their chance. Prince Metternich, with the caution of one who enters the cage of a man-eating tiger, suggested that the Austrian archduchess would be a fitting bride for the French conqueror. The notion soothed the wounded vanity of Napoleon. From that moment events moved swiftly, and before long it was understood that there was to be a new empress in France, and she was to be none other than the daughter of the man who had been Napoleon's most persistent foe upon the continent. The girl was to be given, sacrificed if you like, to appease an imperial adventurer. After such a marriage Austria would be safe from spoliation. The reigning dynasty would remain firmly seated upon its historic throne. But how about the girl herself? She had always heard Napoleon spoken of as sort of an ogre, a man of low ancestry, a brutal and faithless enemy of her people. She knew that this bold, rough-spoken soldier, less than a year before, had added insult to the injury which he had inflicted on her father. In public proclamations he had called the Emperor Francis a coward and a liar. Up to the latter part of the year, Napoleon was to her imagination a blood-stained, sordid, and yet all-powerful monster outside the pale of human liking and respect. What must have been her thoughts when her father first told her with averted face that she was to become the bride of such a being? Marie Louise had been brought up, as all German girls of rank were then brought up, in quiet simplicity and utter innocence. In person she was a tall blonde, with a wealth of light brown hair tumbling about a face which might be called attractive because it was so youthful and so gentle, but in which only poets and courtiers could see beauty. Her complexion was rosy, with that peculiar tinge which means in the course of time it will become red and mottled. Her blue eyes were clear and childish. Her figure was good, though already too full for a girl who was younger than her years. She had a large and generous mouth with full lips, the lower one being the true "Habsburg lip," slightly pendulous, a feature which has remained for generation after generation as a sure sign of Habsburg blood. One sees in it the present Emperor of Austria, in the late Queen Regent of Spain, and in the present King of Spain, Alfonso. All the artists who made miniatures or paintings of Marie Louise softened down this racial mark so that no likeness of her shows it as it really was. But take her all in all, she was a simple, childlike German Madchen who knew nothing of the outside world except what she had heard from her discreet and watchful governess, and what had been told her of Napoleon by her uncles, the archdukes, whom he had beaten down in battle. When she learned that she was to be given to the French emperor, her girlish soul experienced a shudder. But her father told her how vital was this union to her country and to him. With a sort of piteous dread she questioned the archdukes, who had called Napoleon an ogre. "Oh, that was when Napoleon was an enemy," they replied. "Now he is our friend." Marie Louise listened to all this, and, like the obedient German girl she was, yielded her own will. Events moved with a rush, for Napoleon was not the man to dally. Josephine had retired to her residence at Malmaison, and Paris was already astir with the preparations for the new empress, who was to assure the continuation of the Napoleonic glory by giving children to her husband. Napoleon had said to his ambassador with his usual bluntness, "This is the first and most important thing. She must have children." To the girl whom he was to marry he sent the following letter, an odd letter, combining the formality of a negotiator with the veiled ardor of a lover. "My cousin, the brilliant qualities which adorn your person have inspired in me a desire to serve you and to pay you homage. In making my request to the emperor, your father, and praying him to entrust to me the happiness of your imperial highness, may I hope that you will understand the sentiments which lead me to this act? May I flatter myself that it will not be decided solely by the duty of parental obedience? However slightly the feelings of your imperial highness may incline to me, I wish to cultivate them with so great care, and to endeavor so constantly to please you in everything, that I flatter myself that some day I shall prove attractive to you. This is the end at which I desire to arrive, and for which I pray your highness will be favorable to me." Immediately everything was done to dazzle the imagination of the girl. She had always dressed in the simplicity of the schoolroom. Her only ornaments had been a few colored stones, which she sometimes wore as a necklace or a bracelet. Now the resources of all France were drawn upon. Precious laces foamed about her, cascades of diamonds flashed before her eyes. The costliest and most exquisite creations of the Parisian shops were spread around her to make up a trousseau fit for the princess who was soon to become the bride of the man who had mastered continental Europe. The archives of Vienna were ransacked for musty documents, which would show exactly what had been done for all other Austrian princesses who had married rulers of France. Everything was duplicated down to the last detail. Ladies in waiting thronged about the young archduchess, and presently there came to her Queen Caroline of Naples, Napoleon's sister, of whom Napoleon himself once said, "She is the only man among my sisters, as Joseph is the only woman among my brothers." Caroline, by virtue of her rank as queen, could have free access to her husband's future bride. Also there came presently Napoleon's famous marshal, Berthier, Prince of Neuchatel, the chief of the Old Guard, who had just been created Prince of Wagram, a title which very naturally he did not use in Austria. He was to act as proxy for Napoleon in the preliminary marriage service at Vienna. All was excitement. Vienna had never been so gay. Money was lavished under the direction of Caroline and Berthier. There were illuminations and balls. The young girl found herself the center of the world's interest, and the excitement made her dizzy. She could not be but flattered, and yet there were many hours when her heart misgave her. More than once she was found in tears. Her father, an affectionate though narrow soul, spent an entire day with her, consoling and reassuring her. One thought she always kept in mind, what she had said to Metternich at the very first: "I want only what my duty bids me want." At last came the official marriage, by proxy, in the presence of a splendid gathering. The various documents were signed, and the dowry was arranged for. Gifts were scattered right and left. At the opera there were gala performances. Then Marie Louise bade her father a sad farewell. Almost suffocated by sobs, and with her eyes streaming with tears, she was led between two hedges of bayonets to her carriage, while cannon thundered and all the church bells of Vienna rang a joyful peal. She set out for France, accompanied by a long train of carriages filled with noble men and noble women, with ladies in waiting, and scores of attendant menials. The young bride, the wife of a man whom she had never seen, was almost dead with excitement and fatigue. At a station in the outskirts of Vienna she scribbled a few lines to her father, which are a commentary upon her state of mind. "I think of you always, and I always shall. God has given me power to endure this final shock, and in Him alone I have put all my trust. He will help me and give me courage, and I shall find support in doing my duty toward you, since it is all for you that I have sacrificed myself." There is something piteous in this little note of a frightened girl going to encounter she knew not what, and clinging almost frantically to the one thought, that whatever might befall her, she was doing as her father wished. One need not recount the long and tedious journey of many days over wretched roads, in carriages that jolted and lurched and swayed. She was surrounded by unfamiliar faces, and was compelled to meet at every town the chief men of the place, all of whom paid her honor, but stared at her with irrepressible curiosity. Day after day she went on and on. Each morning a courier on a foaming horse presented her with a great cluster of fresh flowers, and a few lines scrawled by the unknown husband who was to meet her at her journey's end. There lay the point upon which her wandering thoughts were focused, the journey's end. The man whose strange, mysterious power had forced her from her schoolroom, had driven her through a nightmare of strange happenings, and who was waiting for her somewhere to take her to himself, to master her as he had mastered generals and armies. What was marriage? What did it mean? What experience still lay before her? These were the questions which she must have asked herself through that long, exhausting journey. When she thought of the past, she was homesick. When she thought of the immediate future, she was fearful with a shuddering fear. At last she reached the frontier of France, and her carriage passed into a sort of triple structure, the first pavilion of which was Austrian, while the middle pavilion was neutral, and the farther one was French. Here she was received by those who were afterward to surround her, the representatives of the Napoleonic court. These were not all plebeians and children of the Revolution, ex-stable boys, ex-laundresses. By this time Napoleon had gathered around himself some of the noblest families of France, who had rallied to the empire. The assemblage was a brilliant one. There were Montmorencys and Beaumonts and Audenards in abundance. But to Marie Louise, as to her Austrian attendants, they were all alike. These were French. They were strangers, and she shrank from them. Yet here her Austrians must leave her. All who had accompanied her thus far were now turned back. Napoleon had been insistent on this point. Even her governess, who had been with her since her childhood, was not allowed to cross the French frontier. So fixed was Napoleon's purpose to have nothing Austrian about her, that even her pet dog, to which she clung as a girl would cling, was taken from her. Thereafter she was surrounded only by French vases, by French guards, and was greeted only by salvos of French artillery. In the meantime, what was Napoleon doing at Paris? Since the annulment of his marriage with Josephine, he had gone into a sort of retirement. Matters of state, war, internal reforms, no longer interested him. But that restless brain could not sink into repose. Inflamed with the ardor of a new passion, that passion was all the greater because he had never yet set eyes upon its object. Marriage with an imperial princess flattered his ambition. The youth and innocence of the bride stirred his whole being with a thrill of novelty. The painted charms of Josephine, the mercenary favors of actresses, the calculated ecstasies of the women of the court who gave themselves to him from vanity, had long since palled upon him. Therefore the impatience with which he awaited the coming of Marie Louise became every day more tense. For a time he amused himself with planning down to the very last details the demonstrations that were to be given in her honor. He organized them as minutely as he had ever organized a conquering army. He showed himself as wonderful in these petty things as he had in those great strategic combinations which had baffled the ablest generals of Europe. But after all had been arranged, even to the illuminations, the cheerings, the salutes, and the etiquette of the court, he fell into a fever of impatience which gave him sleepless nights and frantic days. He paced up and down the Tuileries, almost beside himself. He hurried off courier after courier with orders that the postilions should lash their horses to bring the hour of meeting nearer still. He scribbled love letters. He gazed continually on the diamond-studded portrait of the woman who was hurrying toward him. At last, as the time approached, he entered a swift traveling carriage and hastened to Compiègne, about 50 miles from Paris, where it had been arranged that he should meet his consort, and whence he was to escort her to the capital, so that they might be married in the great gallery of the Louvre. At Compiègne the Chancellerie had been set apart for Napoleon's convenience, while the chateau had been assigned to Marie Louise and her attendants. When Napoleon's carriage had dashed into the place, drawn by horses that had traveled at a gallop, the emperor could not restrain himself. It was raining torrents, and the night was coming on. Yet, none the less, he shouted for fresh horses, and pushed on to Soissons, where the new empress was to stop and dine. When he reached there, and she had not arrived, new relays of horses were demanded, and he hurried off once more into the dark. At the little village of Courcelles he met the courier who was riding in advance of the empress's cortege. "She will be here in a few minutes," cried Napoleon, and he leaped from his carriage into the highway. The rain descended harder than ever, and he took refuge in the arched doorway of the village church, his boots already bemired, his great coat reeking with the downpour. As he crouched before the church, he heard the sound of carriages, and before long there came toiling through the mud the one in which was seated the girl for whom he had been so long waiting. It was stopped at an order given by an officer. Within it, half fainting with fatigue and fear, Marie Louise sat in the dark, alone. Here, if ever, was the chance for Napoleon to win his bride. Could he have restrained himself? Could he have shown the delicate consideration which was demanded of him? Could he have remembered at least he was an emperor, and that the girl, timid and shuddering, was a princess. Her future story might have been far different. But long ago he had ceased to think of anything except his own desires. He approached the carriage. An obsequious chamberlain drew aside the leathern covering and opened the door, exclaiming as he did so, "The Emperor!" And then there leaped in the rain-soaked, mud-bespattered being, whose excesses had always been as unbridled as his genius. The door was closed, the leathern curtain again drawn, and the horses set out at a gallop for Soissons. Within, the shrinking bride was at the mercy of pure animal passion, feeling upon her hot face a torrent of rough kisses, and yielding herself in terror to the caresses of wanton hands. At Soissons, Napoleon allowed no halt, but the carriage plunged on, still in the rain, to Compiegne. There all the arrangements made with so much care were thrust aside. Though the actual marriage had not yet taken place, Napoleon claimed all the rights which afterward were given in the ceremonial at Paris. He took the girl to the Chancellerie, and not to the chateau. In an anteroom dinner was served with haste to the imperial pair and Queen Caroline. Then the latter was dismissed with little ceremony. The lights were extinguished, and this daughter of a line of emperors was left to the tender mercies of one who always had about him something of the common soldier, the man who lives for loot and lust. At 11 the next morning she was unable to rise, and was served in bed by the ladies of her household. These facts, repellent as they are, must be remembered when we call to mind what happened in the next 5 years. The horror of that night could not be obliterated by splendid ceremonies, by studious attention, or by all the pomp and gaiety of the court. Napoleon, then 41, practically the same age as his new wife's father, the Austrian emperor. Marie Louise was barely 19 and younger than her years. Her master must have seemed to be the brutal ogre whom her uncles had described. Installed in the Tuileries, she taught herself compliance. On their marriage night, Napoleon had asked her briefly, "What did your parents tell you?" And she had answered meekly, "To be yours altogether, and to obey you in everything." But though she gave compliance, and though her freshness seemed enchanting to Napoleon, there was something concealed within her thoughts to which he could not penetrate. He gaily said to a member of his court, "Marry a German, my dear fellow. They are the best women in the world, gentle, good, artless, and as fresh as roses." Yet at the same time Napoleon felt a deep anxiety lest in her very heart of hearts this German girl might either fear him or hate him secretly. Somewhat later Prince Metternich came from the Austrian court to Paris. "I give you leave," said Napoleon, "to have a private interview with the Empress. Let her tell you what she likes, and I shall ask no questions. Even should I do so, I now forbid your answering me." Metternich was closeted with the Empress for a long while. When he returned to the anteroom, he found Napoleon fidgeting about, his eyes a pair of interrogation points. "I am sure," he said, "that the Empress told you that I was kind to her?" Metternich bowed and made no answer. "Well," said Napoleon, somewhat impatiently, "at least I am sure that she is happy. Tell me, did she not say so?" The Austrian diplomat remained unsmiling. "Your Majesty himself has forbidden me to answer," he returned with another bow. We may fairly draw the inference that Marie Louise, though she adapted herself to her surroundings, was never really happy. Napoleon became infatuated with her. He surrounded her with every possible mark of honor. He abandoned public business to walk or drive with her. But the memory of his own brutality must have vaguely haunted him throughout it all. He was jealous of her, as he had never been jealous of the fickle Josephine. Constant has recorded that the greatest precautions were taken to prevent any person whatsoever, and especially any man, from approaching the empress save in the presence of witnesses. Napoleon himself underwent a complete change of habits and demeanor. Where he had been rough and coarse, he became attentive and refined. His shabby uniforms were all discarded, and he spent hours in trying on new costumes. He even attempted to learn the waltz, but this he gave up in despair. Whereas before he ate hastily and at irregular intervals, he now sat at dinner with unusual patience, and the court took on a character which it had never had. Never before had he sacrificed either his public duty or his private pleasures for any woman. Even in the first ardor of his marriage with Josephine, when he used to pour out his heart to her in letters from Italian battlefields, he did so only after he had made the disposition of his troops and had planned his movements for the following day. Now, however, he was not merely devoted, but uxorious, and in 1811, after the birth of the little king of Rome, he ceased to be the earlier Napoleon altogether. He had founded a dynasty. He was the head of a reigning house. He forgot the principles of the Revolution, and he ruled, as he thought, like other monarchs, by the grace of God. As for Marie Louise, she played her part extremely well. Somewhat haughty and unapproachable to others, she nevertheless studied Napoleon's every wish. She seemed even to be loving, but one can scarcely doubt that her obedience sprang ultimately from fear, and that her devotion was the devotion of a dog which had been beaten into subjection. Her vanity was flattered in many ways, and most of all by her appointment as regent of the empire during Napoleon's absence in the disastrous Russian campaign, which began in 1812. It was in June of that year that the French emperor held court at Dresden, where he played, as it was said, to a parterre of kings. That was the climax of his magnificence, for there were gathered all the sovereigns and princes who were his allies, and who furnished the levies that swelled his grand army to 600,000 men. Here Marie Louise, like her husband, felt to the full the intoxication of supreme power. By a sinister coincidence, it was here that she first met the other man, then unnoticed and little heeded, who was to cast upon her a fascination which in the end proved irresistible. The man was Adam Albrecht, Count von Neipperg. There is something mysterious about his early years, and something baleful about his silent warfare with Napoleon. As a very young soldier, he had been an Austrian officer in 1793. His command served in Belgium, and there, in a skirmish, he was overpowered by the French in superior numbers, but resisted desperately. In the melee, a saber slashed him across the right side of his face, and he was made a prisoner. The wound deprived him of his right eye, so that for the rest of his life he was compelled to wear a black bandage to conceal the mutilation. From that moment he conceived an undying hatred of the French. Serving against them in the Tyrol and in Italy, he always claimed that had the Archduke Charles followed his advice, the Austrians would have forced Napoleon's army to capitulate at Marengo, thus bringing early eclipse to the rising star of Bonaparte. However this may be, Napoleon's success enraged Neipperg and made his hatred almost the hatred of a fiend. Hitherto he had detested the French as a nation. Afterward he concentrated his malignity upon the person of Napoleon. In every way he tried to cross the path of that great soldier, and though Neipperg was a comparatively unknown man, his indomitable purpose and his continued intrigues at last attracted the notice of the emperor, for in 1808 Napoleon wrote this significant sentence: The Count von Neipperg is openly known to have been the enemy of the French. Little did the great conqueror dream how deadly was the blow with which this Austrian count was destined finally to deal him. Neipperg, although his title was not a high one, belonged to the old nobility of Austria. He had proved his bravery in war and as a duelist, and he was a diplomat as well as a soldier. Despite his mutilation, he was a handsome and accomplished courtier, a man of wide experience, and one who bore himself in a manner which suggested the spirit of romance. According to Masson, he was an Austrian Don Juan, and had won the hearts of many women. At 30 he had formed a connection with an Italian woman named Teresa Pola, who he had carried away from her husband. She had borne him 5 children, and in 1813 he had married her in order that these children might be made legitimate. In his own sphere the activity of Neipperg was almost as remarkable as Napoleon's in a greater one. Apart from his exploits on the field of battle, he had been attached to the Austrian embassy in Paris, and strangely enough had been decorated by Napoleon himself with the golden eagle of the Legion of Honor. 4 months later we find him minister of Austria at the court of Sweden, where he helped to lay the train of intrigue which was to detach Bernadotte from Napoleon's cause. In 1812, as just has been said, he was with Marie Louise for a short time at Dresden, hovering about her, already forming schemes. 2 years after this he overthrew Murat at Naples, and then hurried on post haste to urge Prince Eugene to abandon Bonaparte. When the great struggle of 1814 neared its close, and Napoleon, fighting with his back to the wall, was about to succumb to the united armies of Europe, it was evident that the Austrian emperor would soon be able to separate his daughter from her husband. In fact, when Napoleon was sent to Elba, Marie Louise returned to Vienna. The cynical Austrian diplomats resolved that she should never again meet her imperial husband. She was made Duchess of Parma in Italy, and set out for her new possessions, and the man with the black band across his sightless eye was chosen to be her escort and companion. When Neipperg received this commission, he was with Teresa Pola at Milan. A strange smile flitted across his face, and presently he remarked with cynical frankness, "Before 6 months I shall be her lover, and later on her husband." He took up his post as chief escort of Marie Louise, and they journeyed slowly to Munich and Baden and Geneva, loitering along the way. Amid the great events which were shaking Europe, this couple attracted slight attention. Napoleon in Elba longed for his wife and for his little son, the King of Rome. He sent countless messages and many courtiers, but every message was intercepted, and no courtier reached its destination. Meanwhile, Marie Louise was lingering agreeably in Switzerland. She was happy to have escaped from the whirlpool of politics and war. Amid the romantic scenery through which she passed, Neipperg was always by her side, attentive, devoted, trying in everything to please her. With him she passed delightful evenings. He sang to her in his rich baritone songs of love. He seemed romantic with a touch of mystery, a gallant soldier whose soul was also touched by sentiment. One would have said that Marie Louise, the daughter of an imperial line, would have been proof against the fascinations of a person so far inferior to herself in rank, and who, besides the great emperor, was less than nothing. Even granting that she had never really loved Napoleon, she might still have preferred to maintain her dignity, to share his fate, and go down in history as the empress of the greatest man whom modern times have known. But Marie Louise was, after all, a woman, and she followed the guidance of her heart. To her, Napoleon was still the man who had met her amid the rainstorm at Courcelles, and had from the first moment when he touched her violated all the instincts of a virgin. Later he had in his way tried to make amends, but the horror of that first night had never wholly left her memory. Napoleon had unrolled before her the drama of sensuality, but her heart had not been given to him. She had been his empress. In a sense, it might be more true to say that she had been his mistress, but she had never been duly wooed and won and made his wife, an experience which is the right of every woman. And so this Neipperg, with his deferential manners, his soothing voice, his magnetic touch, his ardor, and his devotion, appeased that craving which the master of 100 legions could not satisfy. In less than the 6 months of which Neipperg had spoken, the psychological moment had arrived. In the dim twilight she listened to his words of love, and then, drawn by that irresistible power which masters pride and woman's will, she sank into her lover's arms, yielding to his caresses and knowing that she would be parted from him no more except by death. From that moment he was bound to her by the closest ties, and lived with her at the petty court of Parma. His prediction came true to the very letter. Teresa Pola died, and then Napoleon died. And after this, Marie Louise and Neipperg were united in a morganatic marriage. 3 children were born to them before his death in 1829. It is interesting to note how much of an impression was made upon her by the final exile of her imperial husband to St. Helena. When the news was brought to her, she observed casually, "Thanks. By the way, I should like to ride this morning to Markenstein. Do you think the weather is good enough to risk it?" Napoleon, on his side, passed through agonies of doubt and longing when no letters came to him from Marie Louise. She was constantly in his thoughts during his exile at St. Helena. When his faithful friend and constant companion at St. Helena, the Count Las Casas, was ordered by Sir Hudson Lowe to depart from St. Helena, Napoleon wrote to him, "Should you see some day my wife and son, embrace them. For 2 years I have neither directly nor indirectly heard from them. There has been on this island for 6 months a German botanist, who has seen them in the garden of Schönbrunn a few months before his departure. The barbarians," meaning the English authorities at St. Helena, "have carefully prevented him from coming to give me any news respecting them." At last the truth was told him, and he received it with that high magnanimity, or it may be fatalism, which at times he was capable of showing. Never in all his days of exile did he say one word against her. Possibly in searching his own soul he found excuses, such as we may find. In his will he spoke of her with great affection, and shortly before his death he said to his physician Entomarchi, "After my death I desire that you will take my heart, put it in the spirits of wine, and that you will carry it to Parma to my dear Marie Louise. You will please tell her that I tenderly loved her, that I never ceased to love her. You will relate to her all that you have seen, and every particular respecting my situation and death." The story of Marie Louise is pathetic, almost tragic. There is a taint of grossness about it, and yet, after all, there is a lesson in it, the lesson that true love cannot be forced or summoned at command, and that it is destroyed before its birth by outrage, and that it goes out only when evoked by sympathy, by tenderness, and by devotion. End of the story of the Empress Marie Louise and Count Neipperg. End of Volume 2 of Famous Affinities of History by Lyndon Orr.
The Wives of General Houston, Volume 3 of Famous Affinities of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. Famous Affinities of History by Lyndon Orr. Volume 3, The Wives of General Houston. 60 or 70 years ago it was considered a great joke to chalk up on any man's house door, or on his trunk at a coaching station, the conspicuous letters G.T.T. The laugh went round, and every one who saw the inscription chuckled and said, "They've got it on you, old hoss." The three letters meant "Gone to Texas." And for any man to go to Texas in those days meant his moral, mental, and financial dilapidation. Either he had plunged into bankruptcy and wished to begin life over again in a new world, or the sheriff had a warrant for his arrest. The very task of reaching Texas was a fearful one. Rivers that overran their banks, fever-stricken lowlands where gaunt faces peered out from moldering cabins, bottomless swamps where the mud oozed greasily and where the alligator could be seen slowly moving his repulsive form, all this stretched on for hundreds of miles, to horrify and sicken the emigrants who came toiling on foot or struggling upon emaciated horses. Other daring pioneers came by boat, running all manner of risks upon the swollen rivers. Still others descended from the mountains of Tennessee and passed through a more open country and with a greater certainty of self-protection, because they were trained from childhood to wield the rifle and the long sheath knife. It is odd enough to read, in the chronicles of those days, that amid all this suffering and squalor there was drawn a strict line between the quality and those who had no claim to be patricians. The quality was made up of such emigrants as came from the more civilized East, or who had slaves, or who dragged with them some rickety vehicle with carriage horses, however gaunt the animals might be. All others, those who had no slaves or horses, and no traditions of the older states, were classed as poor whites, and they accepted their mediocrity without a murmur. Because he was born in Lexington, Virginia, and moved thence with his family to Tennessee, young Sam Houston, a truly eponymous American hero, was numbered with the quality when, after long wandering, he reached his boyhood home. His further claim to distinction as a boy came from the fact that he could read and write, and was even familiar with some of the classics in translation. When less than 18 years of age, he had reached a height of more than 6 feet. He was skillful with the rifle, a remarkable rough and tumble fighter, and as quick with his long knife as any Indian. This made him a notable figure, the more so as he never abused his strength and courage. He was never known as anything but Sam. In his own sphere he passed for a gentleman and a scholar, thanks to his Virginian birth and to the fact that he could repeat a great part of Pope's translation of the Iliad. His learning led him to teach school a few months in the year to the children of the white settlers. Indeed, Houston was so much taken with the pursuit of scholarship that he made up his mind to learn Greek and Latin. Naturally, this seemed mere foolishness to his mother, his 6 strapping brothers, and his 3 stalwart sisters, who cared little for study. So sharp was the difference between Sam and the rest of the family that he gave up his yearning after the classics and went to the other extreme by leaving home and plunging into the heart of the forest, beyond sight of any white man or woman, or any thought of Hellas and ancient Rome. Here in the dimly lighted glades he was most happy. The Indians admired him for his woodcraft and for the skill with which he chased the wild game amid the forests. From his copy of the Iliad he would read to them the thoughts of the world's greatest poet. It is told that nearly 40 years after, when Houston had long led a different life and had made his home in Washington, a deputation of more than 40 untamed Indians from Texas arrived there under the charge of several army officers. They chanced to meet Sam Houston. One and all ran to him, clasped him in their brawny arms, hugged him like bears to their naked breasts, and called him father. Beneath the copper skin and thick paint the blood rushed, and their faces changed, and the lips of many a warrior trembled, although the Indian may not weep. In the gigantic form of Houston, on whose ample brow the beneficent love of a father was struggling with the sternness of the patriarch and warrior, we saw civilization awing the savage at his feet. We needed no interpreter to tell us that this impressive supremacy was gained in the forest. His family had been at first alarmed by his stay among the Indians, but when after a time he returned for a new outfit, they saw that he was entirely safe, and left him to wander among the red men. Later he came forth and resumed the pursuits of civilization. He took up his studies, he learned the rudiments of law, and entered upon its active practice. When barely 36 he had won every office that was open to him, ending with his election to the governorship of Tennessee in 1827. Then came a strange episode which changed the whole course of his life. Until then the love of woman had never stirred his veins. His physical activities in the forests, his unique intimacy with Indian life, had kept him away from the social intercourse of towns and cities. In Nashville, Houston came to know for the first time the fascination of feminine society. As a lawyer, a politician, and the holder of important offices, he could not keep aloof from that gentler and more winning influence which had hitherto been unknown to him. In 1828 Governor Houston was obliged to visit different portions of the state, stopping, as was the custom, to visit at the homes of "the quality," and to be introduced to wives and daughters as well as to their sportsmen's sons. On one of his official journeys he met Miss Eliza Allen, a daughter of one of the influential families of Sumner County, on the northern border of Tennessee. He found her responsive, charming, and greatly to be admired. She was a slender type of Southern beauty, well calculated to gain the affection of a lover, and especially of one whose associations had been chiefly with the women of frontier communities. To meet a girl who had refined taste and wide reading, and who was at the same time graceful and full of humor, must have come as a pleasant experience to Houston. He and Miss Allen saw much of each other, and few of their friends were surprised when the word went forth that they were engaged to be married. The marriage occurred in January, 1829. They were surrounded with friends of all classes and ranks, for Houston was the associate of Jackson and was immensely popular in his own state. He seemed to have before him a brilliant career. He had won a lovely bride to make a home for him, so that no man seemed to have more attractive prospects. What was there which at this time interposed in some malignant way to blight his future? It was a little more than a month after his marriage when he met a friend, and taking him out into a strip of quiet woodland, said to him, "I have something to tell you, but you must not ask me anything about it. My wife and I will separate before long. She will return to her father's, while I must make my way alone." Houston's friend seized him by the arm and gazed at him with horror. "Governor," said he, "you're going to ruin your whole life. What reason have you for treating this young lady in such a way? What has she done that you should leave her? Or what have you done that she should leave you? Every one will fall away from you." Houston grimly replied, "I have no explanation to give you. My wife has none to give you. She will not complain of me, nor shall I complain of her. It is no one's business in the world except our own. Any interference will be impertinent, and I shall punish it with my own hand." "But," said his friend, "think of it. The people at large will not allow such action. They will believe that you, who have been their idol, have descended to insult a woman. Your political career is ended. It will not be safe for you to walk the streets." "What difference does it make to me?" said Houston, gloomily. "What must be, must be. I tell you, as a friend, in advance, so that you may be prepared. But the parting will take place very soon." Little was heard for another month or two, and then came the announcement that the governor's wife had left him and had returned to her parents' home. The news flew like wildfire, and was the theme of every tongue. Friends of Mrs. Houston begged her to tell them the meaning of the whole affair. Adherents of Houston, on the other hand, set afloat stories of his wife's coldness and of her peevishness. The state was divided into factions, and what really concerned a very few was, as usual, made everybody's business. There were times when, if Houston had appeared near the dwelling of his former wife, he would have been lynched or riddled with bullets. Again, there were enemies and slanderers of his who, had they shown themselves in Nashville, would have been torn to pieces by men who hailed Houston as a hero and who believed that he could not possibly have done wrong. However his friends might rage, and however her people might wonder and seek to pry into the secret, no satisfaction was given on either side. The abandoned wife never uttered a word of explanation. Houston was equally reticent and self-controlled. In later years he sometimes drank deeply and was loose-tongued, but never, even in his cups, could he be persuaded to say a single word about his wife. The whole thing is a mystery and cannot be solved by any evidence that we have. Almost every one who has written of it seems to have indulged in mere guesswork. One popular theory is that Miss Allen was in love with someone else, that her parents forced her into a brilliant marriage with Houston, which, however, she could not afterward endure, and that Houston, learning the facts, left her because he knew that her heart was not really his. But the evidence is all against this. Had it been so she would surely have secured a divorce, and would then have married the man whom she truly loved. As a matter of fact, although she did divorce Houston, it was only after several years, and the man whom she subsequently married was not acquainted with her at the time of the separation. Another theory suggests that Houston was harsh in his treatment of his wife, and offended her by his untaught manners and extreme self-conceit. But it was not likely that she objected to his manners, since she had become familiar with them before she gave him her hand, and as to his conceit, there is no evidence that it was as yet unduly developed. After his Texas campaign, he sometimes showed a rather lofty idea of his own achievements, but he does not seem to have done so in these early days. Some have ascribed the separation to his passion for drink, but here again we must discriminate. Later in life he became very fond of spirits and drank whiskey with the Indians, but during his early years he was most abstemious. It scarcely seems possible that his wife left him because he was intemperate. If one wishes to construct a reasonable hypothesis on a subject where the facts are either wanting or conflicting, it is not impossible to suggest a solution of this puzzle about Houston. Although his abandoned wife never spoke of him and shut her lips tightly when she was questioned about him, Houston on his part was not so taciturn. He never consciously gave any direct clue to his matrimonial mystery, but he never forgot this girl who was his bride and whom he seems always to have loved. In what he said, he never ceased to let a vein of self-reproach run through his words. I should choose this one paragraph as the most significant. It was written immediately after they had parted. Eliza stands acquitted by me. I have received her as a virtuous, chaste wife, and as such I pray God I may ever regard her, and I trust I ever shall. She was cold to me, and I thought she did not love me. And again he said to an old and valued friend at about the same time, I can make no explanation. I exonerate the lady fully and do not justify myself. Miss Allen seems to have been a woman of the sensitive American type, which was so common in the early and the middle part of the last century. Mrs. Trollope has described it for us with very little exaggeration. Dickens has drawn it with a touch of malice, and yet not without truth. Miss Martineau described it during her visit to this country, and her account quite coincides with those of her two contemporaries. Indeed, American women of that time unconsciously described themselves in 1,000 different ways. They were, after all, only a less striking type of the sentimental English women who read L.E.L. and the earlier novels of Bulwer Lytton. On both sides of the Atlantic there was a reign of sentiment and a prevalence of what was then called delicacy. It was a die-away, unwholesome attitude toward life, and was morbid to the last degree. In circles where these ideas prevailed, to eat a hearty dinner was considered unwomanly. To talk of anything except some gilded annual, or book of beauty, or the gossip of the neighborhood, was wholly to be condemned. The typical girl of such a community was thin and slender, and given to a mild starvation, though she might eat quantities of jam and pickles and saleratus biscuit. She had the strangest view of life, and an almost unnatural shrinking from any usual converse with men. Houston, on his side, was a thoroughly natural and healthful man, having lived an outdoor life, hunting and camping in the forest, and displaying the unaffected manner of the pioneer. Having lived the solitary life of the woods, it was a strange thing for him to meet a girl who had been bred in an entirely different way, who had learned 1,000 little reservations and dainty graces, and whose very breath was coyness and reserve. Their mating was the mating of the man of the forest with the woman of the sheltered life. Houston assumed everything. His bride shrank from everything. There was a mutual shock amounting almost to repulsion. She, on her side, probably thought she had found in him only the brute which lurks in man. He, on the other, repelled and checked, at once grasped the belief that his wife cared nothing for him because she would not meet his ardors with like ardors of her own. It is the mistake that has been made by thousands of men and women at the beginning of their married lives, the mistake on one side of too great sensitiveness, and on the other side of too great warmth of passion. This episode may seem trivial, and yet it is one that explains many things in human life. So far as concerns Houston, it has a direct bearing on the history of our country. A proud man, he could not endure the slights and gossip of his associates. He resigned the governorship of Tennessee, and left by night, in such a way as to surround his departure with mystery. There had come over him the old longing for Indian life, and when he was next visible he was in the land of the Cherokees, who had long before adopted him as a son. He was clad in buckskin and armed with knife and rifle, and served under the old chief Ulutica. He was a gallant defender of the Indians. When he found how some of the Indian agents had abused his adopted brothers, he went to Washington to protest, still wearing his frontier garb. One William Stansbury, a congressman from Ohio, insulted Houston, who leapt upon him like a panther, dragged him about the Hall of Representatives, and beat him within an inch of his life. He was arrested, imprisoned, and fined, but his old friend, President Jackson, remitted his imprisonment and gruffly advised him not to pay the fine. Returning to his Indians, he made his way to a new field which promised much adventure. This was Texas, of whose condition in those early days something has already been said. Houston found a rough American settlement, composed of scattered villages extending along the disputed frontier of Mexico. Already, in the true Anglo-Saxon spirit, the settlers had formed a rudimentary state, and as they increased and multiplied, they framed a simple code of laws. Then, quite naturally, there came a clash between them and the Mexicans. The Texans, headed by Moses Austin, had set up a republic and asked for admission to the United States. Mexico regarded them as rebels and despised them because they made no military display and had no very accurate military drill. They were dressed in buckskin and ragged clothing, but their knives were very bright and their rifles carried surely. Furthermore, they laughed at odds, and if only a dozen of them were gathered together, they would take on almost any number of Mexican regulars. In February, 1836, the acute and able Mexican, Santa Anna, led across the Rio Grande a force of several thousand Mexicans, showily uniformed and completely armed. Everyone remembers how they fell upon the little garrison at the Alamo, now within the city limits of San Antonio, but then an isolated mission building surrounded by a thick adobe wall. The Americans numbered less than 300 men. A sharp attack was made against these overwhelming odds. The Americans drove the assailants back with their rifle fire, but they had nothing to oppose the Mexican artillery. The contest continued for several days, and finally the Mexicans breached the wall and fell upon the garrison, who were now reduced by more than half. There was an hour of blood, and every one of the Alamo's defenders, including the wounded, was put to death. The only survivors of the slaughter were 2 Negro slaves, a woman and a baby girl. When the news of this bloody affair reached Houston, he leaped forth to the combat like a lion. He was made commander-in-chief of the scanty Texan forces. He managed to rally about 700 men, and set out against Santa Anna with little in the way of equipment, and with nothing but the flame of frenzy to stimulate his followers. By march and countermarch, the hostile forces came face to face near the shore of San Jacinto Bay, not far from the present city of Houston. Slowly they moved upon each other, when Houston halted, and his sharpshooters raked the Mexican battle line with terrible effect. Then Houston uttered the cry, "Remember the Alamo!" With deadly swiftness he led his men in a charge upon Santa Anna's lines. The Mexicans were scattered as by a mighty wind, their commander was taken prisoner, and Mexico was forced to give its recognition to Texas as a free republic, of which General Houston became the first president. This was the climax of Houston's life, but the end of it leaves us with something still to say. Long after his marriage with Miss Allen he took an Indian girl to wife and lived with her quite happily. She was a very beautiful woman, a half-breed, with the English name of Tiana Rogers. Very little, however, is known of her life with Houston. Later still, in 1840, he married a lady from Marion, Alabama, named Margaret Moffett Lay. He was then in his 47th year, while she was only 21. But again, as with his Indian wife, he knew nothing but domestic tranquillity. These later experiences go far to prove the truth of what has already been given as the probable cause of his first mysterious failure to make a woman happy. After Texas entered the Union in 1845, Houston was elected to the United States Senate, in which he served for 13 years. In 1852, 1856, in 1860, as a Southerner who opposed any movement looking toward secession, he was regarded as a possible presidential candidate. But his career was now almost over, and in 1863, while the Civil War, which he had striven to prevent, was at its height, he died. End of The Wives of General Houston.
Lola Montez and King Ludwig of Bavaria, Volume 3 of Famous Affinities of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. Famous Affinities of History by Lyndon Orr, Volume 3. Lola Montez and King Ludwig of Bavaria. Lola Montez! The name suggests dark eyes and abundant hair, lithe limbs and a sinuous body, with twining hands and great eyes that gleam with a sort of ebon splendor. One thinks of Spanish beauty as one hears the name. And in truth, Lola Montez justified the mental picture. She was not altogether Spanish, yet the other elements that entered into her mercurial nature heightened and vivified her Castilian traits. Her mother was a Spaniard, partly Moorish, however. Her father was an Irishman. And there you have it, the dreamy romance of Spain, the exotic touch of the Orient, and the daring, unreasoning vivacity of the Celt. This woman, during the 43 years of her life, had adventures innumerable, was widely known in Europe and America, and actually lost one king his throne. Her maiden name was Marie Dolores Eliza Rosanna Gilbert. Her father was a British officer, the son of an Irish knight, Sir Edward Gilbert. Her mother had been a danseuse named Lola Oliver. Lola is diminutive of Dolores. As Lola, she became known to the world. She lived at one time or another in nearly all the countries of Europe, and likewise in India, America, and Australia. It would be impossible to set down here all the sensations that she achieved. Let us select the climax of her career and show how she overturned a kingdom, passing but lightly over her early and her later years. She was born in Limerick in 1818, but her father's parents cast off their son and his young wife, the Spanish dancer. They went to India, and in 1825 the father died, leaving his young widow without a rupee. But she was quickly married again, this time to an officer of importance. The former danseuse became a very conventional person, a fit match for her highly conventional husband. But the small daughter did not take kindly to the proprieties of life. The Hindu servants taught her more things than she should have known, and at one time her stepfather found her performing the Danse du Ventre. It was the Moorish strain inherited from her mother. She was sent back to Europe, however, and had a sort of education in Scotland and England, and finally in Paris, where she was detected in an incipient flirtation with her music master. There were other persons hanging about her from her 15th year, at which time her stepfather in India had arranged a marriage between her and a rich but uninteresting old judge. One of her numerous admirers told her this. "What on earth am I to do?" asked little Lola, most naively. "Why, marry me," the artful adviser, who was Captain Thomas James. And so the very next day they fled to Dublin, and were speedily married at Meath. Lola's husband was violently in love with her, but, unfortunately, others were no less susceptible to her charms. She was presented at the vice-regal court, and every one there became her victim. Even the viceroy, Lord Normanby, was greatly taken with her. This nobleman's position was such that Captain James could not object to his attentions, though they made the husband angry to a degree. The viceroy would draw her into alcoves and engage her in flattering conversation, while poor James could only gnaw his nails and let green-eyed jealousy prey upon his heart. His only recourse was to take her into the country, where she speedily became bored, and boredom is the death of love. Later she went with Captain James to India. She endured a campaign in Afghanistan, in which she thoroughly enjoyed herself because of the attentions of the officers. On her return to London in 1842, one Captain Lennox was a fellow passenger, and their association resulted in an action for divorce, by which she was freed from her husband, and yet by a technicality was not able to marry Lennox, whose family in any case would probably have prevented the wedding. Mrs. Mayne says, in writing on this point, even Lola never quite succeeded in being allowed to commit bigamy unmolested, though in later years she did commit it, and took refuge in Spain to escape punishment. This same writer has given a vivid picture of what happened soon after the divorce. Lola tried to forget her past and to create a new and brighter future. Here is the narrative. Her Majesty's Theatre was crowded on the night of June the 10th, 1843. A new Spanish dancer was announced, Donna Lola Montes. It was her debut, and Lumley, the manager, had been puffing her beforehand, as he alone knew how. To Lord Ranelagh, the leader of the dilettante group of fashionable young men, he had whispered mysteriously, "I have a surprise in store. You shall see." So Ranelagh and a party of his friends filled the omnibus boxes, those tribunes at the side of the stage whence success or failure was pronounced. Things had been done with Lumley's consummate art. The packed house was murmurous with excitement. She was a raving beauty, said report. And then all those intoxicating Spanish dances. Taglioni, Cerrito, Fanny Elser, all were to be eclipsed. Ranelagh's glasses were steadily leveled on the stage from the moment her entrance was imminent. She came on. There was a murmur of admiration, but Ranelagh made no sign. And then she began to dance. A sense of disappointment, perhaps? But she was very lovely, very graceful. Like a flower swept by the wind, she floated round the stage. Not a dancer, but, by George, a beauty. And still Ranelagh made no sign. Yet, no. What low sibilant sound is that? And then what confused, angry words from the tribunal? He turns to his friends, his eyes ablaze with anger, opera glass in hand, and now again the terrible hiss, taken up by the other box, and the words repeated loudly and more angrily even than before. The historic words which sealed Lola's doom at Her Majesty's Theatre. "Why, it's Betty James!" She was indeed Betty James, and London would not accept her as Lola Montes. She left England and appeared on the Continent as a beautiful virago, making a sensation, as the French would say, a success di scandale, by boxing the ears of people who offended her, and even on one occasion horsewhipping a policeman who was in attendance on the King of Prussia. In Paris she tried once more to be a dancer, but Paris would not have her. She betook herself to Dresden and Warsaw, where she sought to attract attention by her eccentricities, making mouths at the spectators, flinging her garters in their faces, and one time removing her skirts and still more necessary garments, whereupon her manager broke off his engagement with her. An English writer, who heard a great deal of her, and who saw her often about this time, writes that there was nothing wonderful about her except her beauty, and her impudence. She had no talent, nor any of the graces which make women attractive. Yet many men of talent raved about her. The clever young journalist Duguerry, who assisted Emile Girardin, was her lover in Paris. He was killed in a duel, and left Lola 20,000 francs and some securities, so that she no longer had to sing in the streets as she did in Warsaw. She now betook herself to Munich, the capital of Bavaria. That country was then governed by Ludwig I, a king as eccentric as Lola herself. He was a curious compound of kindliness, ideality, and peculiar ways. For instance, he would never use a carriage even on state occasions. He prowled about the streets, knocking off the hats of those whom he chanced to meet. Like his unfortunate descendant, Ludwig II, he wrote poetry, and he had a picture gallery devoted to portraits of the beautiful women whom he had met. He dressed like an English fox hunter, with the most extraordinary hat, and what was odd and peculiar in others pleased him, because he was odd and peculiar himself. Therefore, when Lola made her first appearance at the court theater, he was enchanted with her. He summoned her at once to the palace, and within 5 days he presented her to the court, saying as he did so, "Meine Herren, I present to you my best friend." In less than a month this curious monarch had given Lola the title of Countess of Landsfeld. A handsome house was built for her, and a pension of 20,000 florins was granted her. This was in 1847. With the people of Munich she was unpopular. They did not mind the eccentricities of the king, since these amused them and did the country no perceptible harm. But they were enraged by this beautiful woman, who had no softness such as a woman ought to have. Her swearing, her readiness to box the ears of every one whom she disliked, the huge bulldog which accompanied her everywhere, all these things were beyond endurance. She was discourteous to the queen, besides meddling with the politics of the kingdom. Either of these things would have been sufficient to make her hated. Together they were more than the city of Munich could endure. Finally, the countess tried to establish a new corps in the university. This was the last touch of all. A student who ventured to wear her colors was beaten and arrested. Lola came to his aid with all her wonted boldness, but the city was in commotion. Daggers were drawn. Lola was hustled and insulted. The foolish king rushed out to protect her, and on his arm she was led in safety to the palace. As she entered the gate, she turned and fired a pistol into the mob. No one was hurt, but a great rage took possession of the people. The king issued a decree closing the university for a year. By this time, however, Munich was in possession of a mob, and the Bavarians demanded that she should leave the country. Ludwig faced the Chamber of Peers, where the demand of the populace was placed before him. "I would rather lose my crown," he replied. The lords of Bavaria regarded him with grim silence, and in their eyes he read the determination of his people. On the following day a royal decree revoked Lola's rights as a subject of Bavaria, and still another decree ordered her to be expelled. The mob yelled with joy and burned her house. Poor Ludwig watched the tumult by the light of the leaping flames. He was still in love with her and tried to keep her in the kingdom, but the result was that Ludwig himself was forced to abdicate. He had given his throne for the light love of this beautiful but half-crazy woman. She would have no more to do with him, and as for him, he had to give place to his son Maximilian. Ludwig had lost a kingdom merely because this strange, outrageous creature had piqued him and made him think that she was unique among women. The rest of her career was adventurous. In England she contracted a bigamous marriage with a youthful officer, and within 2 weeks they fled to Spain for safety from the law. Her husband was drowned, and she made still another marriage. She visited Australia, and at Melbourne she had a fight with a strapping woman who clawed her face until Lola fell fainting to the ground. It is a squalid record of horsewhippings, face scratching, in short, a rowdy life. Her end was like that of Becky Sharp. In America she delivered lectures, which were written for her by a clergyman, which dealt with the art of beauty. She had a temporary success, but soon she became quite poor and took to piety, professing to be a sort of piteous, penitent Magdalene. In this role she made effective use of her beautiful dark hair, her pallor, and her wonderful eyes. But the violence of her disposition had wrecked her physically, and she died of paralysis in Astoria on Long Island in 1861. Upon her grave in Greenwood Cemetery, Brooklyn, there is a tablet to her memory, bearing the inscription, "Mrs. Eliza Gilbert, born 1818, died 1861." What can one say of a woman such as this? She had no morals, and her manners were outrageous. The love she felt was the love of a she-wolf. 14 biographies of her have been written, besides her own autobiography, which was called "The Story of a Penitent," and which tells less about her than any of the other books. Her beauty was undeniable. Her courage was the blended courage of the Celt, the Spaniard, and the Moor. Yet all that one can say of her was said by the elder Dumas, when he declared that she was born to be the evil genius of every one who cared for her. Her greatest fame comes from the fact that in less than 3 years she overturned a kingdom and lost a king his throne. End of Lola Montez and King Ludwig of Bavaria.
Leon Gambetta and Leonie Leon, Volume 3 of Famous Affinities of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Famous Affinities of History by Lyndon Orr, Volume 3, Leon Gambetta and Leonie Leon. The present French Republic has endured for over 40 years. Within that time it has produced just one man of extraordinary power and parts. This was Leon Gambetta. Other men, as remarkable as he, were conspicuous in French political life during the first few years of the Republic, but they belonged to an earlier generation, while Gambetta leaped into prominence only when the empire fell, crashing down in ruin and disaster. It is still too early to form an accurate estimate of him as a statesman. His friends praise him extravagantly. His enemies still revile him bitterly. The period of his political career lasted for little more than a decade, yet in that time it may be said that he lived almost a life of 50 years. Only a short time ago did the French government cause his body to be placed within the great Pantheon, which contains memorials of the heroes and heroines of France. But, though we may not fairly judge of his political motives, we can readily reconstruct a picture of him as a man, and in doing so recall his one romance, which many will remember after they have forgotten his oratorical triumphs and his statecraft. Leon Gambetta was the true type of the southern Frenchman, what his countrymen call a meridional. The Frenchman of the south is different from the Frenchman of the north, for the latter has in his veins a touch of the Viking blood, so that he is very apt to be fair-haired and blue-eyed, temperate in speech, and self-controlled. He is different again from the Frenchman of central France, who is almost purely Celtic. The meridional has a marked vein of the Italian in him, derived from the conquerors of ancient Gaul. He is impulsive, ardent, fiery in speech, hot-tempered, and vivacious to an extraordinary degree. Gambetta, who was born at Cahors, was French only on his mother's side, since his father was of Italian birth. It is also said that somewhere in his ancestry there was a touch of the Oriental. At any rate, he was one of the most southern of the sons of southern France, and he showed the precocious maturity which belongs to a certain type of Italian. At 21 he had already been admitted to the French bar, and had drifted to Paris, where his audacity, his pushing nature, and his red-hot unrestraint of speech gave him a certain notoriety from the very first. It was toward the end of the reign of Napoleon III that Gambetta saw his opportunity. The emperor, weakened by disease and yielding to a sort of feeble idealism, gave to France a greater freedom of speech than it had enjoyed while he was more virile. This relaxation of control merely gave to his opponents more courage to attack him and his empire. Demagogues harangued the crowds in words which would once have led to their imprisonment. In the National Assembly, the opposition did all within its power to hamper and defeat the policy of the government. In short, republicanism began to rise in an ominous and threatening way, and at the head of republicanism in Paris stood forth Gambetta, with his impassioned eloquence, his stinging phrases, and his youthful boldness. He became the idol of that part of Paris known as Belleville, where artisans and laborers united with the rabble of the streets in hating the empire and in crying out for a republic. Gambetta was precisely the man to voice the feelings of these people. Whatever polish he acquired in after years was then quite lacking, and the crudity of his manners actually helped him with the men whom he harangued. A recent book by M. Francis Lauer, an ardent admirer of Gambetta, gives a picture of the man which may be nearly true of him in his later life, but which is certainly too flattering when applied to Gambetta in 1868 at the age of 30. How do we see Gambetta as he was at 30? A man of powerful frame and of intense vitality, with thick, clustering hair, which he shook as a lion shakes its mane, olive-skinned, with eyes that darted fire, a resonant, sonorous voice, and a personal magnetism which was instantly felt by all who met him or who heard him speak. His manners were not refined. He was fond of oil and garlic. His gestures were often more frantic than impressive, so that his enemies called him the Furious Fool. He had a trick of spitting while he spoke. He was by no means the sort of man whose habits had been formed in drawing-rooms or among people of good breeding. Yet his oratory was, of its kind, superb. In 1869 Gambetta was elected by the Red Republicans to the Corps Legislatif. From the very first his vehemence and fire gained him a ready hearing. The chamber itself was arranged like a great theater, the members occupying the floor and the public the galleries. Each orator in addressing the House mounted a sort of rostrum, and from it faced the whole assemblage, not noticing, as with us, the presiding officer at all. The very nature of this arrangement stimulated parliamentary speaking into eloquence and flamboyant oratory. After Gambetta had spoken a few times he noticed in the gallery a tall, graceful woman, dressed in some neutral color and wearing long black gloves, which accentuated the beauty of her hands and arms. No one in the whole assembly paid such close attention to the orator as this woman, whom he had never seen before, and who appeared to be entirely alone. When it came to him to speak on another day, he saw sitting in the same place the same stately and yet lithe and sinuous figure. This was repeated again and again, until at last, whenever he came to a peculiarly fervid burst of oratory, he turned to this woman's face and saw it lighted up by the same enthusiasm which was stirring him. Finally, in the early part of 1870, there came a day when Gambetta surpassed himself in eloquence. His theme was the grandeur of republican government. Never in his life had he spoken so boldly as then, or with such fervor. The ministers of the emperor shrank back in dismay as this big-voiced, strong-limbed man hurled forth sentence after sentence like successive peals of irresistible artillery. As Gambetta rolled forth his sentences, superb in their rhetoric and all ablaze with a sort of intense feeling which masters an orator in the moment of his triumph, the face of the lady in the gallery responded to him with wonderful appreciation. She was no longer calm, unmoved, or almost severe. She flushed, and her eyes, as they met his, seemed to sparkle with living fire. When he finished and descended from the rostrum he looked at her, and their eyes cried out significantly, as if the two had spoken to each other. Then Gambetta did what a person of finer breeding would not have done. He hastily scribbled a note, sealed it, and called to his side one of the official pages. In the presence of the great assemblage, where he was for the moment the center of attention, he pointed to the lady in the gallery and ordered the page to take the note to her. One may excuse this only on the ground that he was completely carried away by his emotion, so that to him there was no one present save this enigmatically fascinating woman and himself. But the lady on her side was wiser, or perhaps a slight delay gave her time to recover her discretion. When Gambetta's note was brought to her, she took it quietly and tore it into little pieces without reading it, and then, rising, she glided through the crowd and disappeared. Gambetta, in his excitement, had acted as if she were a mere adventuress. With perfect dignity she had shown him that she was a woman who retained her self-respect. Immediately upon the heels of this curious incident came the outbreak of the war with Germany. In the war the empire was shattered at Sedan. The Republic was proclaimed in Paris. The French capital was besieged by a vast German army. Gambetta was made Minister of the Interior, and remained for a while in Paris, even after it had been blockaded. But his fiery spirit chafed under such conditions. He longed to go forth into the south of France and arouse his countrymen with a cry to arms against the invaders. Escaping in a balloon, he safely reached the city of Tours, and there he established what was practically a dictatorship. He flung himself with tremendous energy into the task of organizing armies, of equipping them, and of directing their movements to the relief of Paris. He did, in fact, accomplish wonders. He kept the spirit of the nation still alive. 3 new armies were launched against the Germans. Gambetta was everywhere and took part in everything that was done. His inexperience in military affairs, coupled with his impatience of advice, led him to make serious mistakes. Nevertheless, one of his armies practically defeated the Germans at Orleans, and could he have had his own way, even the fall of Paris would not have ended the war. "Never," said Gambetta, "shall I consent to peace so long as France still has 200,000 men under arms and more than 1,000 cannon to direct against the enemy." But he was overruled by other and less fiery statesmen. Peace was made, and Gambetta retired for a moment into private life. If he had not succeeded in expelling the German hosts he had, at any rate, made Bismarck hate him, and he had saved the honor of France. It was while the National Assembly at Versailles was debating the terms of peace with Germany that Gambetta once more delivered a noble and patriotic speech. As he concluded, he felt a strange magnetic attraction, and, sweeping the audience with a glance, he saw before him, not very far away, the same woman with the long black gloves, having about her still an air of mystery, but again meeting his eyes with her own, suffused with feeling. Gambetta hurried to an ante-room and hastily scribbled the following note: "At last I see you once more. Is it really you?" The scroll was taken to her by a discreet official, and this time she received the letter, pressed it to her heart, and then slipped it into the bodice of her gown. But this time, as before, she left without making a reply. It was an encouragement, yet it gave no opening to Gambetta, for she returned to the National Assembly no more. But now his heart was full of hope, for he was convinced with a very deep conviction that somewhere, soon, and in some way he would meet this woman, who had become to him one of the intense realities of his life. He did not know her name, they had never exchanged a word, yet he was sure that time would bring them close together. His intuition was unerring. What we call chance often seems to know what it is doing. Within a year after the occurrence that has just been narrated, an old friend of Gambetta's met with an accident which confined him to his house. The statesman strolled to his friend's residence. The accident was a trifling one, and the mistress of the house was holding a sort of informal reception, answering questions that were asked her by the numerous acquaintances who called. As Gambetta was speaking, of a sudden he saw before him, at the extremity of the room, the lady of his dreams, the sphinx of his waking hours, the woman who 4 years earlier had torn up the note which he addressed to her, but who more recently had kept his written words. Both of them were deeply agitated, yet both of them carried off the situation without betraying themselves to others. Gambetta approached, and they exchanged a few casual commonplaces. But now, close together, eye and voice spoke of what was in their hearts. Presently the lady took her leave. Gambetta followed closely. In the street he turned to her and said in pleading tones, "Why did you destroy my letter? You knew I loved you, and yet all these years you have kept away from me in silence." Then the girl, for she was a little more than a girl, hesitated for a moment. As he looked upon her face he saw that her eyes were full of tears. At last she spoke with emotion. "You cannot love me, for I am unworthy of you. Do not urge me. Do not make promises. Let us say good-bye. At least I must first tell you of my story, for I am one of those women whom no one ever marries." Gambetta brushed aside her pleadings. He begged that he might see her soon. Little by little she consented, but she would not see him at her house. She knew that his enemies were many, and that everything he did would be used against him. In the end she agreed to meet him in the park at Versailles, near the Petit Trianon, at 8 o'clock in the morning. When she had made this promise he left her. Already a new inspiration had come to him, and he felt that with this woman by his side he could accomplish anything. At the appointed hour, in the silence of the park, and amid the sunshine of the beautiful morning, the two met once again. Gambetta seized her hands with eagerness and cried out in an exultant tone, "At last! At last! At last!" But the woman's eyes were heavy with sorrow, and upon her face there was a settled melancholy. She trembled at his touch and almost shrank from him. Here was seen the impetuosity of the meridional. He had first spoken to this woman only 2 days before. He knew nothing of her station, of her surroundings, or of her character. He did not even know her name. Yet one thing he knew absolutely, that she was made for him, and he must have her for his own. He spoke at once of marriage, but at this she drew away from him still farther. "No," she said, "I told you that you must not speak to me until you have heard my story." He led her to a great stone bench near by, and, passing his arm around her waist, he drew her head down to his shoulder as he said, "Well, tell me. I will listen." Then this girl of 24, with perfect frankness, because she was absolutely loyal, told him why she felt that they must never see each other any more, much less marry and be happy. She was the daughter of a colonel in the French army. The sudden death of her father had left her penniless and alone. Coming to Paris at the age of 18, she had given lessons in the household of a high officer of the empire. This man had been attracted by her beauty, and had seduced her. Later she had secured the means of living modestly, realizing more deeply each month how dreadful had been her fate, and how she had been cut off from the lot of other girls. She felt that her life must be a perpetual penance for what had befallen her, through her ignorance and inexperience. She told Gambetta that her name was Léonie Léon. As is the custom of French women who live alone, she styled herself Madame. It is doubtful whether the name by which she passed was that which had been given to her at baptism, but if so, her true name has never been disclosed. When she had told the whole of her sad story to Gambetta, he made nothing of it. She said to him again, "You cannot love me. I should only dim your fame. You can have nothing in common with a dishonored, ruined girl. That is what I came here to explain to you. Let us part, and let us for all time forget each other." But Gambetta took no heed of what she said. Now that he had found her, he would not consent to lose her. He seized her slender hands and covered them with kisses. Again he urged that she should marry him. Her answer was a curious one. She was a devoted Catholic, and would not regard any marriage as valid, save a religious marriage. On the other hand, Gambetta, though not absolutely irreligious, was leading the opposition to the Catholic party in France. The Church to him was not so much a religious body as a political one, and to it he was unalterably opposed. Personally, he would have no objections to being married by a priest, but as a leader of the anti-clerical party, he felt that he must not recognize the Church's claim in any way. A religious marriage would destroy his influence with his followers, and might even imperil the future of the Republic. They pleaded long and earnestly both then and afterward. He urged a civil marriage, but she declared that only a marriage according to the rites of the Church could ever purify her past and give her back her self-respect. In this she was absolutely stubborn, yet she did not urge upon Gambetta that he should destroy his influence by marrying her in church. Through all this interplay of argument and pleading and emotion, the two grew every moment more hopelessly in love. Then the woman, with a woman's curious subtlety and indirectness, reached a somewhat singular conclusion. She would hear nothing of a civil marriage, because a civil marriage was no marriage in the eyes of pope and prelate. On the other hand, She did not wish Gambetta to mar his political career by going through a religious ceremony. She had heard from a priest that the church recognized two forms of betrothal. The usual one looked to a marriage in the future and gave no marriage privileges until after the formal ceremony. But there was another kind of betrothal known to the theologians as sponsalia de presente. According to this, if there were an actual betrothal, the pair might have the privileges and rights of marriage immediately, if only they sincerely meant to be married in the future. The eager mind of Léonie Léon caught at this bit of ecclesiastical law and used it with great ingenuity. "Let us," she said, "be formally betrothed by the interchange of a ring, and let us promise each other to marry in the future. After such a betrothal as this we shall be the same as married, for we shall be acting according to the laws of the church." Gambetta gladly gave his promise. A betrothal ring was purchased, and then, her conscience being appeased, she gave herself completely to her lover. Gambetta was sincere. He said to her, "If the time should ever come when I shall lose my political station, when I am beaten in the struggle, when I am deserted and alone, will you not then marry me when I ask you?" And Léonie, with her arms about his neck, promised that she would. Yet neither of them specified what sort of marriage this should be, nor did it seem at the moment as if the question could arise. For Gambetta was very powerful. He led his party to success in the election of 1877. Again and again his triumphant oratory mastered the National Assembly of France. In 1879 he was chosen to be president of the Chamber of Deputies. He towered far above the President of the Republic, Jules Grévy, that hard-headed, close-fisted old peasant, and his star had reached its zenith. All this time he and Léonie Léon maintained their intimacy, though it was carefully concealed save from a very few. She lived in a plain but pretty house on the Avenue Perrichon in the quiet quarter of Auteuil, but Gambetta never came there. Where and when they met was a secret guarded very carefully by the few who were his close associates. But meet they did continually, and their affection grew stronger every year. Léonie thrilled at the victories of the man she loved, and he found joy in the hours that he spent with her. Gambetta's need for rest was very great, for he worked at the highest tension, like an engine which is using every pound of steam. Bismarck, whose spies kept him well informed of everything that was happening in Paris, and who had no liking for Gambetta, since the latter always spoke of him as the ogre, once said to a Frenchman named Cheberry, "He is the only one among you who thinks of revenge, and who is any sort of menace to Germany. But, fortunately, he won't last much longer. I am not speaking thoughtlessly. I know from secret reports what sort of a life your great man leads, and I know his habits. Why, his life is a life of continual overwork. He rests neither night nor day. All politicians who have led the same life have died young. To be able to serve one's country for a long time, a statesman must marry an ugly woman, have children like the rest of the world, and a country place or a house to oneself like any common peasant, where he can go and rest." The Iron Chancellor chuckled as he said this, and he was right, and yet Gambetta's end came not so much through overwork as by an accident. It may be that the ambition of Madame Léon stimulated him beyond his powers. However this may be, early in 1882, when he was defeated in Parliament on a question which he considered vital, he immediately resigned and turned his back on public life. His fickle friends soon deserted him, his enemies jeered and hooted the mention of his name. He had reached the time which with a sort of prophetic instinct he had foreseen nearly 10 years before. So he turned to the woman who had been faithful and loving to him, and he turned to her with a feeling of infinite peace. "You promised me," he said, "that if I ever was defeated and alone you would marry me. The time is now." Then this man, who had exercised the powers of a dictator, who had levied armies and shaken governments, and through whose hands there had passed thousands of millions of francs, sought for a country home. He found for sale a small estate which had once belonged to Balzac, and which is known as Les Jardins. It was in wretched repair, yet the small sum which it cost Gambetta, 12,000 francs, was practically all that he possessed. Worn and weary as he was, it seemed to him a haven of delightful peace, for here he might live in the quiet country with a still beautiful woman who was soon to become his wife. It is not known what form of marriage they at last agreed upon. She may have consented to a civil ceremony, or he, being now out of public life, may have felt that he could be married by the church. The day for their wedding had been set, and Gambetta was already at Les Jardins, but there came a rumor that he had been shot. Still further tidings bore the news that he was dying. Paris, fond as it was of scandals, immediately spread the tale that he had been shot by a jealous woman. The truth is quite the contrary. Gambetta, in arranging his effects in his new home, took it upon himself to clean a pair of dueling pistols, for every French politician of importance must fight duels, and Gambetta had already done so. Unfortunately, one cartridge remained unnoticed in the pistol which Gambetta cleaned. As he held the pistol barrel against the soft part of his hand the cartridge exploded, and the ball passed through the base of the thumb with a rending, spluttering noise. The wound was not in itself serious, but now the prophecy of Bismarck was fulfilled. Gambetta had exhausted his vitality. A fever set in, and before long he died of internal ulceration. This was the end of a great career and of a great romance of love. Léonie Léon was half distraught at the death of the lover who was so soon to be her husband. She wandered for hours in the forest until she reached a convent, where she was received. Afterward she came to Paris and hid herself away in the garret of the slums. All the life of her had gone out. She wished that she had died with him whose glory had been her life. Friends of Gambetta, however, discovered her and cared for her until her death, long afterward, in 1906. She lived upon the memories of the past, of the swift love that had come at first sight, but which had lasted unbrokenly, which had given her the pride of conquest, and which had brought her lover both happiness and inspiration, and a refining touch which had smoothed away his roughness, and made him fit to stand in palaces with dignity and distinction. As for him, he left a few lines which have been carefully preserved, and which sum up his thought of her. They read, "To the light of my soul, to the star of my life, Léonie Léon. Forever, forever." End of Léon Gambetta and Léonie Léon.
Lady Blessington and Count d'Orsay, Volume 3 of Famous Affinities of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Famous Affinities of History by Lyndon Orr, Volume 3, Lady Blessington and Count d'Orsay. Often there has arisen some man who, either by his natural gifts, or by his impudence, or by the combination of both, has made himself a recognized leader in the English fashionable world. One of the first of these men was Richard Nash, usually known as Beau Nash, who flourished in the 18th century. Nash was a man of doubtful origin, nor was he attractive in his looks, for he was a huge, clumsy creature with features that were both irregular and harsh. Nevertheless, for nearly 50 years Beau Nash was an arbiter of fashion. Goldsmith, who wrote his life, declared that his supremacy was due to his pleasing manners, his assiduity, flattery, fine clothes, and as much wit as the ladies had whom he addressed. He converted the town of Bath from a rude little hamlet into an English Newport, of which he was the social autocrat. He actually drew up a set of written rules, which some of the best born and best bred people follow slavishly. Even better known to us is George Bryan Brummel, commonly called Beau Brummel, who, by his friendship with George IV., then Prince Regent, was an oracle at court on everything that related to dress and etiquette and the proper mode of living. His memory has been kept alive most of all by Richard Mansfield's famous impersonation of him. The play is based upon the actual facts, for after Brummel had lost the royal favour, he died an insane pauper in the French town of Caen. He, too, had a distinguished biographer, since Bulwer Lytton's novel Pelham is really the narrative of Brummel's curious career. Long after Brummel, Lord Ranelagh led the gilded youth of London, and it was at this time that the notorious Lola Montez made her first appearance in the British capital. These three men, Nash, Brummel, and Ranelagh, had the advantage of being Englishmen, and, therefore, of not incurring the old-time English suspicion of foreigners. A much higher type of social arbiter was a Frenchman, who for 20 years during the early part of Queen Victoria's reign gave law to the great world of fashion, besides exercising a definite influence upon English art and literature. This was Count Albert Guillaume d'Orsay, the son of one of Napoleon's generals, and descended by a morganatic marriage from the King of Württemberg. The old general, his father, was a man of high courage, impressive appearance, and keen intellect. all of which qualities he transmitted to his son. The young Count d'Orsay, when he came of age, found the Napoleonic era ended, and France governed by Louis XVIII. The king gave Count d'Orsay a commission in the army, in a regiment stationed at Valence, in the southeastern part of France. He had already visited England and learned the English language, and he had made some distinguished friends there, among whom were Lord Byron and Thomas More. On his return to France, he began his garrison life at Valence, where he showed some of the finer qualities of his character. It is not merely that he was handsome and accomplished, and that he had the gift of winning the affections of those about him. Unlike Nash and Brummel, he was a gentleman in every sense, and his courtesy was of the highest kind. At the balls given by his regiment, although he was more courted than any other officer, he always sought out the plainest girls and showed them the most flattering attentions. No wallflowers were left neglected when d'Orsay was present. It is strange how completely human beings are in the hands of fate. Here was a young French officer, quartered in a provincial town in the valley of the Rhone. Who would have supposed that he was destined to become not only a Londoner, but a favourite at the British court, a model of fashion, a dictator of etiquette, widely known for his accomplishments, the patron of literary men and of distinguished artists? But all these things were to come to pass by a mere accident of fortune. During his first visit to London, which has already been mentioned, Count d'Orsay was invited once or twice to receptions given by the Earl and Countess of Blessington, where he was well received, though this was only an incident of his English sojourn. Before the story proceeds any further, it is necessary to give an account of the Earl and of Lady Blessington, since both of their careers had been, to say the least, unusual. Lord Blessington was an Irish peer for whom an ancient title had been revived. He was remotely descended from the Stuarts of Scotland, and therefore had royal blood to boast of. He had been well educated, and in many ways was a man of pleasing manner. On the other hand, he had early inherited a very large property, which yielded him an income of about £30,000 a year. He had estates in Ireland, and he owned nearly the whole of a fashionable street in London, with the buildings erected on it. This fortune, and the absence of anyone who could control him, had made him wilful and extravagant, and had wrought in him a curious love of personal display. Even as a child, he would clamour to be dressed in the most gorgeous uniforms, and when he got possession of his property, his love of display became almost a monomania. He built a theatre as an adjunct to his country house in Ireland, and imported players from London and elsewhere to act in it. He loved to mingle with the mummers, to try on their various costumes, and to parade up and down, now as an Oriental prince, and now as a Roman emperor. In London he hung about the green rooms, and was a well-known figure wherever actors or actresses were collected. Such was his love of the stage that he sought to marry into the profession, and set his heart on a girl named Mary Campbell Brown, who was very beautiful to look at, but who was not conspicuous either for her mind or for her morals. When Lord Blessington proposed marriage to her, she was obliged to tell him that she already had one husband still alive, but she was perfectly willing to live with him and dispense with the marriage ceremony. So for several years she did live with him, and bore him 2 children. It speaks well for the Earl that when the inconvenient husband died, a marriage at once took place, and Mrs. Brown became a countess. Then, after other children had been born, the lady died, leaving the Earl a widower at about the age of 40. The only legitimate son born of this marriage followed his mother to the grave, and so for the 3rd time the Earldom of Blessington seemed likely to become extinct. The death of his wife, however, gave the Earl a special opportunity to display his extravagant tastes. He spent more than £4,000 on the funeral ceremonies, importing from France a huge black velvet catafalque, which had shortly before been used at the public funeral of Napoleon's Marshal, Duroc, while the house blazed with enormous wax tapers and glittered with cloth of gold. Lord Blessington soon plunged again into the busy life of London. Having now no heir, there was no restraint on his expenditures, and he borrowed large sums of money in order to buy additional estates and houses, and to experience the exquisite joy of spending lavishly. At this time he had his lands in Ireland, a town house in St. James's Square, another in Seymour Place, and still another which was afterward to become famous as Gore House in Kensington. Some years before he had met in Ireland a lady called Mrs. Morris Farmer, and it happened that she now came to London. The earlier story of her still young life must here be told, because her name afterward became famous, and because the tale illustrates wonderfully the raw, crude, lawless period of the Regency, when England was fighting her long war with Napoleon, when the Prince Regent was imitating all the vices of the old French kings, when prize fighting, deep drinking, dueling, and dicing were practiced without restraint in all the large cities and towns of the United Kingdom. It was, as Sir Arthur Conan Doyle has said, an age of folly and of heroism, for while it produced some of the greatest blackguards known to history, it produced also such men as Wellington and Nelson, the two Pitts, Sheridan, Byron, Shelley, and Sir Walter Scott. Mrs. Morris Farmer was the daughter of a small Irish landowner named Robert Power, himself the incarnation of all the vices of the time. There was little law in Ireland, not even that which comes from public opinion, and Robert Power rode hard to hounds, gambled recklessly, and assembled in his house all sorts of reprobates, with whom he held frightful orgies that lasted from sunset until dawn. His wife and his young daughters viewed him with terror, and the life they led was a perpetual nightmare because of the bestial carousings in which their father engaged, wasting his money and mortgaging his estates until the end of his wild career was in plain sight. There happened to be stationed at Clonmel a regiment of infantry in which there served a captain named Maurice St. Leger Farmer. He was a man of some means, but eccentric to a degree. His temper was so utterly uncontrolled that even his fellow officers could scarcely live with him, and he was given to strange caprices. It happened that at a ball in Clonmel he met the young daughter of Robert Power, then a mere child of 14 years. Captain Farmer was seized with an infatuation for the girl, and he went almost at once to her father, asking for her hand in marriage and proposing to settle a sum of money upon her if she married him. The hard-riding squireen jumped at the offer. His own estate was being stripped bare. Here was a chance to provide for one of his daughters, or rather to get rid of her, and he agreed that she should be married out of hand. Going home, he roughly informed the girl that she was to be the wife of Captain Farmer. He so bullied his wife that she was compelled to join him in this command. What was poor little Margaret Power to do? She was only a child. She knew nothing of the world. She was accustomed to obey her father as she would have obeyed some evil genius who had her in his power. There were tears and lamentations. She was frightened half to death. Yet for her there was no help. Therefore, while not yet 15, her marriage took place, and she was the unhappy slave of a half-crazy tyrant. She had there no beauty whatsoever. She was wholly undeveloped, thin and pale, and with rough hair that fell over her frightened eyes, yet Farmer wanted her, and he settled his money on her, just as he would have spent the same amount to gratify any other sudden whim. The life she led with him for a few months showed him to be more of a devil than a man. He took a peculiar delight in terrifying her, in subjecting her to every sort of outrage, nor did he refrain even from beating her with his fists. The girl could stand a great deal, but this was too much. She returned to her father's house, where she was received with the bitterest reproaches, but where at least she was safe from harm, since her possession of a dowry made her a person of some small importance. Not long afterward, Captain Farmer fell into a dispute with his colonel, Lord Caledon, and in the course of it he drew his sword on his commanding officer. The court-martial which was convened to try him would probably have had him shot, were it not for the very general belief that he was insane. So he was simply cashiered and obliged to leave the service and betake himself elsewhere. Thus the girl whom he had married was quite free, free to leave her wretched home and even to leave Ireland. She did leave Ireland, and established herself in London, where she had some acquaintances, among them the Earl of Blessington. As already said, he had met her in Ireland while she was living with her husband, and now from time to time he saw her in a friendly way. After the death of his wife, he became infatuated with Margaret Farmer. She was a good deal alone, and his attentions gave her entertainment. Her past experience led her to have no real belief in love. She had become, however, in a small way, interested in literature and art, with an eager ambition to be known as a writer. As it happened, Captain Farmer, whose name she bore, had died some months before Lord Blessington had decided to make a new marriage. The Earl proposed to Margaret Farmer, and the two were married by special licence. The Countess of Blessington, to give the lady her new title, was now 28 years of age, and had developed into a woman of great beauty. She was noted for the peculiarly vivacious and radiant expression which was always on her face. She had a kind of vivid loveliness, accompanied by grace, simplicity, and a form of exquisite proportions. The ugly duckling had become a swan, for now there was no trace of her former plainness to be seen. Not yet in her life had love come to her. Her first husband had been thrust upon her and had treated her outrageously. Her second husband was much older than she, and, though she was not without a certain kindly feeling for one who had been kind to her, she married him first of all for his title and position. Having been reared in poverty, she had no conception of the value of money, and, though the earl was remarkably extravagant, the new countess was even more so. One after another their London houses were opened and decorated with the utmost lavishness. They gave innumerable entertainments, not only to the nobility and to men of rank, but, because this was Lady Blessington's peculiar fad, to artists and actors and writers of all degrees. The American N.P. Willis, in his Pencillings by the Way, has given an interesting sketch of the Countess and her surroundings, while the younger Disraeli, Lord Beaconsfield, has depicted D'Orsay as Count Mirabel in Henrietta Temple. Willis says, "In a long library, lined alternately with splendidly bound books and mirrors, and with a deep window of the breadth of the room opening upon Hyde Park, I found Lady Blessington alone. The picture, to my eye, as the door opened, was a very lovely one. A woman of remarkable beauty, half buried in a fauteuil of yellow satin, reading by a magnificent lamp suspended from the centre of the arched ceiling. Sofas, couches, ottomans, and busts, arranged in rather a crowded sumptuousness through the room. Enamelled tables, covered with expensive and elegant trifles in every corner, and a delicate white hand in relief on the back of a book, to which the eye was attracted by the blaze of diamond rings." All this crowded sumptuousness was due to the taste of Lady Blessington. Amid it she received royal dukes, statesmen such as Palmerston, Canning, Castlereagh, Russell, and Brougham, actors such as Kemble and Matthews, artists such as Lawrence and Wilkie, and men of letters such as Moore, Bulwer Lytton, and the two Disraelis. To maintain this sort of life Lord Blessington raised large amounts of money, totaling about £500,000 sterling, by mortgaging his different estates and giving his promissory notes to money-lenders. Of course, he did not spend this vast sum immediately. He might have lived in comparative luxury upon his income, but he was a restless, eager, improvident nobleman, and his extravagances were prompted by the urgings of his wife. In all this display, which Lady Blessington both stimulated and shared, there is to be found a psychological basis. She was now verging upon the 30s, a time which is a very critical period in a woman's emotional life, if she has not already given herself over to love and been loved in return. During Lady Blessington's earlier years she had suffered in many ways, and it is probable that no thought of love had entered her mind. She was only too glad if she could escape from the harshness of her father and the cruelty of her first husband. Then came her development into a beautiful woman, content for the time to be languorously stagnant and to enjoy the rest and peace which had come to her. When she married Lord Blessington, her love life had not yet commenced, and, in fact, there could be no love life in such a marriage with a man much older than herself, scatterbrained, showy, and having no intellectual gifts. So for a time she sought satisfaction in social triumphs, in capturing political and literary lions in order to exhibit them in her salon, and in spending money right and left with a lavish hand. But, after all, in a woman of her temperament none of these things could satisfy her inner longings. Beautiful, full of Celtic vivacity, imaginative and eager, such a nature as hers would in the end be starved unless her heart could be deeply touched, and unless all her pent-up emotion could give itself up entirely in the great surrender. After a few years of London she grew restless and dissatisfied. Her surroundings wearied her. There was a call within her for something more than she had yet experienced. The Earl, her husband, was by nature no less restless, and so, without knowing the reason, which, indeed, she herself did not understand, he readily assented to a journey on the Continent. As they travelled southward, they reached at length the town of Valence, where Count d'Orsay was still quartered with his regiment. A vague, indefinable feeling of attraction swept over this woman, who was now a woman of the world, and yet quite inexperienced in affairs relating to the heart. The mere sound of the French officer's voice, the mere sight of his face, the mere knowledge of his presence, stirred her as nothing had ever stirred her until that time. Yet neither he nor she appears to have been conscious at once of the secret of their liking. It was enough that they were soothed and satisfied in each other's company. Oddly enough, the Earl of Blessington became as devoted to d'Orsay as did his wife. The two urged the count to secure a leave of absence and to accompany them to Italy. This he was easily persuaded to do, and the three passed weeks and months of a languorous and alluring intercourse among the lakes and the seductive influence of romantic Italy. Just what passed between the Count d'Orsay and Margaret Blessington at this time cannot be known, for the secret of it has perished with them, but it is certain that before very long they came to know that each was indispensable to the other. The situation was complicated by the Earl of Blessington, who, entirely unsuspicious, proposed that the Count should marry Lady Harriet Gardiner, his eldest legitimate daughter, by his first wife. He pressed the match upon the embarrassed d'Orsay, and offered to settle the sum of £40,000 upon the bride. The girl was less than 15 years of age. She had no gifts, either of beauty or of intelligence, and, in addition, d'Orsay was now deeply in love with her stepmother. On the other hand, his position with the Blessingtons was daily growing more difficult. People had begun to talk of the almost open relations between Count d'Orsay and Lady Blessington. Lord Byron, in a letter written to the Countess, spoke to her openly and in a playful way of your d'Orsay. The manners and morals of the time were decidedly irregular, yet sooner or later the Earl was sure to gain some hint of what everyone was saying. Therefore, much against his real desire, yet in order to shelter his relations with Lady Blessington, d'Orsay agreed to the marriage with Lady Harriet, who was only 15 years of age. This made the intimacy between d'Orsay and the Blessingtons appear to be not unusual. But, as a matter of fact, the marriage was no marriage. The unattractive girl, who had become a bride merely to hide the indiscretions of her stepmother, was left entirely to herself, while the whole family, returning to London, made their home together in Seymour Place. Could d'Orsay have foreseen the future, he would never have done what must always seem an act so utterly unworthy of him. For within 2 years Lord Blessington fell ill and died. Had not d'Orsay been married, he would now have been free to marry Lady Blessington. As it was, he was bound fast to her stepdaughter, and since at that time there was no divorce court in England, and since he had no reason for seeking a divorce, he was obliged to live on through many years in a most ambiguous situation. He did, however, separate himself from his childish bride, and, having done so, he openly took up his residence with Lady Blessington at Gore House. By this time, however, the companionship of the two had received a sort of general sanction, and in that easy-going age most people took it as a matter of course. The two were now quite free to live precisely as they would. Lady Blessington became extravagantly happy, and Count d'Orsay was accepted in London as an oracle of fashion. Everyone was eager to visit Gore House, and there they received all the notable men of the time. The improvidence of Lady Blessington, however, was in no respect diminished. She lived upon her jointure, recklessly spending capital as well as interest, and gathering under her roof a rare museum of artistic works, from jewels and curios up to magnificent pictures and beautiful statuary. d'Orsay had sufficient self-respect not to live upon the money that had come to Lady Blessington from her husband. He was a skilful painter, and he practised his art in a professional way. His portrait of the Duke of Wellington was preferred by that famous soldier to any other that had been made of him. The Iron Duke was, in fact, a frequent visitor at Gore House, and he had a very high opinion of Count d'Orsay. Lady Blessington herself engaged in writing novels of high life, some of which were very popular in their day. But of all that she wrote there remains only one book which is of permanent value, her Conversations with Lord Byron, a very valuable contribution to our knowledge of the brilliant poet. But a nemesis was destined to overtake the pair. Money flowed through Lady Blessington's hands like water, and she could never be brought to understand that what she had might not last for ever. Finally, it was all gone, yet her extravagance continued. Debts were heaped up mountain high. She signed notes of hand without even reading them. She incurred obligations of every sort without a moment's hesitation. For a long time her creditors held aloof, not believing that her resources were in reality exhausted. But in the end there came a crash as sudden as it was ruinous. As if moved by a single impulse, those to whom she owed money took out judgments against her and descended upon Gore House in a swarm. This was in the spring of 1849, when Lady Blessington was in her 60th year and d'Orsay 51. It is a curious coincidence that her earliest novel had portrayed the wreck of a great establishment such as her own. Of the scene in Gore House, Mr. Madden, Lady Blessington's literary biographer, has written, "Numerous creditors, bill discounters, money lenders, jewellers, lace vendors, tax collectors, gas company agents, all persons having claims to urge, pressed them at this period simultaneously. An execution for a debt of £4,000 was at length put in by a house largely engaged in the silk, lace, India shawl, and fancy jewellery business. This sum of £4,000 was only a nominal claim, but it opened the floodgates for all of Lady Blessington's creditors. Mr. Madden writes still further, "On the 10th of May, 1849, I visited Gore House for the last time. The auction was going on. There was a large assemblage of people of fashion. The well-known library salon in which the conversations took place was crowded, but not with guests. The armchair in which the lady of the mansion was wont to sit was occupied by a stout, coarse gentleman of the Jewish persuasion, busily engaged in examining a marble hand extended on a book, the fingers of which were modelled from a cast of the absent mistress of the establishment. People, as they passed through the room, poked the furniture, pulled about the precious objects of art and ornaments of various kinds that lay on the table, and some made jests and ribald jokes on the scene they witnessed. At this compulsory sale things went for less than half their value. Pictures by Lawrence and Landseer, a library consisting of thousands of volumes, vases of exquisite workmanship, chandeliers of ormolu, and precious porcelains, all were knocked down relentlessly at farcical prices. Lady Blessington reserved nothing for herself. She knew that the hour had struck, and very soon she was on her way to Paris, whither Count d'Orsay had already gone, having been threatened with arrest by a bootmaker to whom he owed £500. D'Orsay very naturally went to Paris, for, like his father, he had always been an ardent Bonapartist, and now Prince Louis Bonaparte had been chosen president of the Second French Republic. During the prince's long period of exile, he had been the guest of Count d'Orsay, who had helped him both with money and with influence. D'Orsay now expected some return for his former generosity. It came, but it came too late. In 1852, shortly after Prince Louis assumed the title of emperor, the count was appointed Director of Fine Arts. But when the news was brought to him, he was already dying. Lady Blessington died soon after coming to Paris, before the end of the year 1849. Comment upon this tangled story is scarcely needed. Yet one may quote some sayings from a sort of diary which Lady Blessington called her night book. They seem to show that her supreme happiness lasted only for a little while, and that deep down in her heart she had condemned herself. A woman's head is always influenced by her heart, but a man's heart is always influenced by his head. The separation of friends by death is less terrible than the divorce of two hearts that have loved, but have ceased to sympathize, while memory still recalls what they once were to each other. People are seldom tired of the world until the world is tired of them. A woman should not paint sentiment until she has ceased to inspire it. It is less difficult for a woman to obtain celebrity by her genius than to be pardoned for it. Memory seldom fails when its office is to show us the tombs of our buried hopes. End of Lady Blessington and Count d'Orsay.
Byron and the Countess Guiccioli, Volume 3 of Famous Affinities of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Famous Affinities of History by Lyndon, Volume 3, Byron and the Countess Guiccioli. In 1812, when he was in his 24th year, Lord Byron was more talked of than any other man in London. He was in the first flush of his brilliant career, having published the early cantos of Childe Harold. Moreover, he was a peer of the realm, handsome, ardent, and possessing a personal fascination which few men and still fewer women could resist. Byron's childhood had been one to excite in him strong feelings of revolt, and he had inherited a profligate and passionate nature. His father was a gambler and a spendthrift. His mother was eccentric to a degree. Byron himself, throughout his boyish years, had been morbidly sensitive because of a physical deformity, a lame, misshapen foot. This and the strange treatment which his mother accorded him left him headstrong, willful, almost from the first an enemy to whatever was established and conventional. As a boy he was remarkable for the sentimental attachments which he formed. At 8 years of age he was violently in love with a young girl named Mary Duff. At 10 his cousin, Margaret Parker, excited in him a strange, unchildish passion. At 15 came one of the greatest crises of his life, when he became enamored of Mary Chaworth, whose grandfather had been killed in a duel by Byron's great uncle. Young as he was, he would have married her immediately, but Miss Chaworth was 2 years older than he, and absolutely refused to take seriously the devotion of a schoolboy. Byron felt the disappointment keenly, and after a short stay at Cambridge, he left England, visited Portugal and Spain, and traveled eastward as far as Greece and Turkey. At Athens he wrote the pretty little poem to the "Maid of Athens," Miss Theresa Macri, daughter of the British Vice Consul. He returned to London to become at one leap the most admired poet of the day and the greatest social favorite. He was possessed of striking personal beauty. Sir Walter Scott said of him, "His countenance was a thing to dream of." His glorious eyes, his mobile, eloquent face, fascinated all, and he was, besides, a genius of the first rank. With these endowments he plunged into the social whirlpool, denying himself nothing, and receiving everything: adulation, friendship, and unstinted love. Darkly mysterious stories of his adventures in the East made many think that he was the hero of some of his own poems, such as the Giaour and the Corsair. A German wrote of him that he was positively besieged by women. From the humblest maidservants up to ladies of high rank, he had only to throw his handkerchief to make a conquest. Some women did not even wait for the handkerchief to be thrown. No wonder that he was sated with so much adoration that he wrote of women, "I regard them as very pretty but inferior creatures. I look on them as grown-up children, but, like a foolish mother, I am constantly the slave of one of them. Give a woman a looking-glass and burnt almonds, and she will be content." The liaison which attracted the most attention at this time was that between Byron and Lady Caroline Lamb. Byron has been greatly blamed for his share in it, but there is much to be said on the other side. Lady Caroline was happily married to the Right Honorable William Lamb, afterward Lord Melbourne, and destined to be the first Prime Minister of Queen Victoria. He was an easy-going, genial man of the world, who placed too much confidence in the honor of his wife. She, on the other hand, was a sentimental fool, always restless, always in search of some new excitement. She thought herself a poet, and scribbled verses, which her friends politely admired, and from which they escaped as soon as possible. When she first met Byron, she cried out, "That pale face is my fate," and afterward she added, "Mad, bad, and dangerous to know." It was not long before the intimacy of the two came very near the point of open scandal. But Byron was the wooed, and not the wooer. This woman, older than he, flung herself directly at his head. Naturally enough, it was not very long before she bored him thoroughly. Her romantic impetuosity became tiresome, and very soon she fell to talking always of herself, thrusting her poems upon him, and growing vexed and peevish when he would not praise them. As was well said, "He grew moody and she fretful when their mutual egotisms jarred." In a burst of resentment she left him, but when she returned she was worse than ever. She insisted on seeing him. On one occasion she made her way into his rooms disguised as a boy. At another time, when she thought that he had slighted her, she tried to stab herself with a pair of scissors. Still later she offered her favors to any one who would kill him. Byron himself wrote of her, "You can have no idea of the horrible and absurd things that she has said and done." Her story has been utilized by Mrs. Humphrey Ward in her novel, "The Marriage of William Ashe." Perhaps this trying experience led Byron to end his life of dissipation. At any rate, in 1813 he proposed marriage to Miss Anne Milbank, who at first refused him, but he persisted, and in 1815 the two were married. Byron seems to have had a premonition that he was making a terrible mistake. During the wedding ceremony he trembled like a leaf, and made the wrong responses to the clergyman. After the wedding was over, in handing the bride into the carriage which awaited them, he said to her, "Miss Milbank, are you ready?" It was a strange blunder for a bridegroom, and one which many regarded at the time as ominous for the future. In truth, no two persons could have been more thoroughly mismated. Byron, the human volcano, and his wife, a prim, narrow-minded, and peevish woman. Their incompatibility was evident enough from the very first, so that when they returned from their wedding journey, and someone asked Byron about his honeymoon, he answered, "Call it rather a treacle moon." It is hardly necessary here to tell over the story of their domestic troubles. Only 5 weeks after their daughter's birth they parted. Lady Byron declared that her husband was insane, while, after trying many times to win from her something more than a tepid affection, he gave up the task in a sort of despairing anger. It should be mentioned here, for the benefit of those who recall the hideous charges made many decades afterward by Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe on the authority of Lady Byron, that the latter remained on terms of friendly intimacy with Augusta Leigh, Lord Byron's sister, and that even on her deathbed she sent an amicable message to Mrs. Leigh. Byron, however, stung by the bitter attacks that were made upon him, left England, and after traveling down the Rhine through Switzerland, he took up his abode in Venice. His joy at leaving England and ridding himself of the annoyances which had clustered thick about him, he expressed in these lines: "Once more upon the waters, yet once more, and the waves bound beneath me as a steed that knows his rider. Welcome to the roar." Meanwhile he enjoyed himself in reckless fashion. Money poured in upon him from his English publisher. For 2 cantos of Childe Harold and Manfred, Murray paid him $20,000. For the 4th canto, Byron demanded and received more than $12,000. In Italy he lived on friendly terms with Shelley and Thomas Moore, but eventually he parted from them both, for he was about to enter upon a new phase of his curious career. He was no longer the Byron of 1815. 4 years of high living and much brandy and water had robbed his features of their refinement. His look was no longer spiritual. He was beginning to grow stout. Yet the change had not been altogether unfortunate. He had lost something of his wild impetuosity, and his sense of humor had developed. In his 30th year, in fact, he had at last become a man. It was soon after this that he met a woman who was to be to him for the rest of his life what a well-known writer has called "a star on the stormy horizon of the poet." This woman was Teresa, Countess Guiccioli, whom he first came to know in Venice. She was then only 19 years of age, and she was married to a man who was more than 40 years her senior. Unlike the typical Italian woman, she was blonde, with dreamy eyes and an abundance of golden hair, and her manner was at once modest and graceful. She had known Byron for a very short time, when she found herself thrilling with a passion of which until then she had never dreamed. It was written of her, "She had thought of love but as an amusement, and she now became its slave." To this love Byron gave immediate response, and from that time until his death he cared for no other woman. The two were absolutely mated. Nevertheless, there were difficulties which might have been expected. Count Guiccioli, while he seemed to admire Byron, watched him with Italian subtlety. The English poet, and the Italian countess met frequently. When Byron was prostrated by an attack of fever, the countess remained beside him, and he was just recovering when Count Guiccioli appeared on the scene and carried off his wife. Byron was in despair. He exchanged the most ardent letters with the countess, yet he dreaded assassins whom he believed to have been hired by her husband. Whenever he rode out, he went armed with sword and pistols. Amid all this storm and stress, Byron's literary activity was remarkable. He wrote some of his most famous poems at this time, and he hoped for the day when he and the woman whom he loved might be united once for all. This came about in the end through the persistence of the pair. The Countess Guiccioli openly took up her abode with him, not to be separated until the poet sailed for Greece to aid the Greeks in their struggle for independence. This was in 1822, when Byron was in his 35th year. He never returned to Italy, but died in the historic land for which he gave his life, as truly as if he had fallen upon the field of battle. Teresa Guiccioli had been, in all but name, his wife for just 3 years. Much has been said in condemnation of this love affair, but in many ways it is less censurable than almost anything in his career. It was an instance of genuine love, a love which purified and exalted this man of dark and moody moments. It saved him from those fitful passions and orgies of self-indulgence which had exhausted him. It proved to be an inspiration which at last led him to die for a cause approved by all the world. As for the woman, what shall we say of her? She came to him unspotted by the world. A demand for divorce which her husband made was rejected. A pontifical brief pronounced a formal separation between the two. The countess gladly left behind her palaces, her equipages, society, and riches, for the love of the poet who had won her heart. Unlike the other women who had cared for him, she was unselfish in her devotion. She thought more of his fame than he did himself. Emilia Castellar has written, "She restored him and elevated him. She drew him from the mire and set the crown of purity upon his brow. Then, when she had recovered this great heart, instead of keeping it as her own possession, she gave it to humanity." For 27 years after Byron's death, she remained, as it were, widowed and alone. Then, in her old age, she married the Marquis de Boissy, but the marriage was purely one of convenience. Her heart was always Byron's, whom she defended with vivacity. In 1868 she published her Memoirs of the Poet, filled with interesting and affecting recollections. She died as late as 1873. Some time between the year 1866 and that of her death, she is said to have visited Newstead Abbey, which had once been Byron's home. She was very old, a widow, and alone, but her affection for the poet-lover of her youth was still as strong as ever. Byron's life was short, if measured in years only. Measured by achievement, it was filled to the very full. His genius blazes like a meteor in the records of English poetry, and some of that splendor gleams about the lovely woman who turned him away from vice and folly, and made him worthy of his historic ancestry, of his country, and of himself. End of Byron and the Countess Guiccioli.
The Story of Madame de Stael, Volume 3 of Famous Affinities of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Famous Affinities of History by Lyndon Orr, Volume 3, The Story of Madame de Stael. Each century, or sometimes each generation, is distinguished by some special interest among those who are given to fancies, not to call them fads. Thus, at the present time, the cultivated few are taken up with what they choose to term the new thought, or the new criticism, or, on the other hand, with socialistic theories and projects. 30 years ago, when Oscar Wilde was regarded seriously by some people, there were many who made a cult of aesthetism. It was just as interesting when their leader walked down Piccadilly with a poppy or a lily in his medieval hand, or when Sir William Gilbert and Sir Arthur Sullivan guyed him as Bunthorne in Patience. When Charles Kingsley was a great expounder of British common sense, muscular Christianity was a phrase which was taken up by many followers. A little earlier, Puseyism and a primitive form of socialism were in vogue with the intellectuals. There are just as many different fashions in thought as in garments, and they come and go without any particular reason. Today, they are discussed and practiced everywhere. Tomorrow, they are almost forgotten in the rapid pursuit of something new. 40 years before the French Revolution burst forth with all its thunderings, France and Germany were affected by what was generally styled sensibility. Sensibility was the sister of sentimentality and the half-sister of sentiment. Sentiment is a fine thing in itself. It is consistent with strength and humor and manliness, but sentimentality and sensibility are poor cheeping creatures that run scuttering along the ground, quivering and whimpering and asking for perpetual sympathy, which they do not at all deserve. No one need be ashamed of sentiment. It simply gives temper to the blade and mellowness to the intellect. Sensibility, on the other hand, is full of shivers and shakes and falsetto notes and squeaks. It is, in fact, all humbug, just as sentiment is often all truth. Therefore, to find an interesting phase of human folly, we may look back to the years which lie between 1756 and 1793 as the era of sensibility. The great prophets of this false god or goddess were Rousseau in France and Goethe with Schiller in Germany, together with a host of midgets who shook and shivered in imitation of their masters. It is not for us to catalogue these persons. Some of them were great figures in literature and philosophy, and strong enough to shake aside the silliness of sensibility, but others, while they profess to be great as writers or philosophers, are now remembered only because their devotion to sensibility made them conspicuous in their own time. They dabbled in one thing and another. They cribbed from every popular writer of the day. The only thing that actually belonged to them was a high degree of sensibility. And what, one may ask, was this precious thing, this sensibility? It was really a sort of St. Vitus's dance of the mind, and almost of the body. When two persons, in any way interested in each other, were brought into the same room, one of them appeared to be seized with a rotary movement. The voice rose to a higher pitch than usual, and assumed a tremolo. Then, if the other person was also endowed with sensibility, he or she would rotate and quake in somewhat the same manner. Their cups of tea would be considerably agitated. They would move about in as unnatural a manner as possible, and when they left the room, they would do so with gaspings and much waste of breath. This was not an exhibition of love, or at least, not necessarily so. You might exhibit sensibility before a famous poet, or a gallant soldier, or a celebrated traveler, or, for that matter, before a remarkable buffoon like Cagliostro, or a freak like Caspar Hauser. It is plain enough that sensibility was entirely an abnormal thing, and denoted an abnormal state of mind. Only among people like the Germans and French of that period, who were forbidden to take part in public affairs, could it have flourished so long, and have put forth such rank and fetid outgrowths. From it sprang the elective affinities of Goethe, and the loose morality of the French royalists, which rushed on into the roaring sea of infidelity, blasphemy, and anarchy of the Revolution. Of all the historic figures of that time, there is just one which today stands forth as representing sensibility. In her own time she was thought to be something of a philosopher, and something more of a novelist. She consorted with all the clever men and women of her age. But now she holds a minute niche in history, because of the fact that Napoleon stooped to hate her, and because she personifies sensibility. Criticism has stripped from her the rags and tatters of the philosophy which was not her own. It is seen that she was indebted to the brains of others for such imaginative bits of fiction as she put forth in Delphine and Corinne, but as the exponent of sensibility she remains unique. This woman was Anne-Louise Germaine Necker, usually known as Madame de Stael. There was much about Mademoiselle Necker's parentage that made her interesting. Her father was the Genevese banker and minister of Louis XVI, who failed wretchedly in his attempts to save the finances of France. Her mother, Suzanne Curchod, as a young girl, had won the love of the famous English historian, Edward Gibbon. She at first refused him, and then almost frantically tried to get him back, but by this time Gibbon was more comfortable in single life, and less infatuated with Mademoiselle Curchod, who presently married Jacques Necker. Monsieur Necker's money made his daughter a very celebrated catch. Her mother brought her to Paris when the French capital was brilliant beyond description, and yet was tottering to its fall. The rumblings of the revolution could be heard by almost every ear, and yet society and the court, refusing to listen, plunged into the wildest revelry under the leadership of the giddy Marie Antoinette. It was here that the young girl was initiated into the most elegant forms of luxury, and met the cleverest men of that time, Voltaire, Rousseau, Lamartine, Chateaubriand, Volney. She said herself to be the most accomplished woman of her day, not merely in belles lettres, but in the natural and political sciences. Thus, when her father was drawing up his monograph on the French finances, Germaine labored hard over a supplementary report, studying documents, records, and the most complicated statistics, so that she might obtain a mastery of the subject. "I mean to know everything that anybody knows," she said, with an arrogance which was rather admired in so young a woman. But unfortunately, her mind was not great enough to fulfill her aspiration. The most she ever achieved was a fair knowledge of many things, a knowledge which seemed surprising to the average man, but which was superficial enough to the accomplished specialist. In her 20th year, 1786, it was thought best that she should marry. Her revels, as well as her hard studies, had told upon her health, and her mother believed that she could not be at once a blue stocking and a woman of the world. There was something very odd about the relation that existed between the young girl and this mother of hers. In the Swiss province where they had both been born, the mother had been considered rather bold and forward. Her penchant for Gibbon was only one of a number of adventures that have been told about her. She was by no means coy with the gallants of Geneva. Yet, after her marriage, and when she came to Paris, she seemed to be transformed into a sort of Swiss Puritan. As such, she undertook her daughter's bringing up, and was extremely careful about everything that Germaine did, and about the company she kept. On the other hand, the daughter, who in the city of Calvin had been rather dull and quiet in her ways, launched out into a gaiety such as she had never known in Switzerland. Mother and daughter, in fact, changed parts. The country beauty of Geneva became the prude of Paris, while the quiet, unemotional young Genevese became the light of all the Parisian salons, whether social or intellectual. The mother was a very beautiful woman. The daughter, who was to become so famous, is best described by these two very uncomplimentary English words, dumpy and frumpy. She had bulging eyes, which are not emphasized in the flattering portrait by Gerard, and her hair was unbecomingly dressed. There are reasons for thinking that Germaine bitterly hated her mother, and was intensely jealous of her charm of person. It may also be that Madame Necker envied the daughter's cleverness, even though that cleverness was little more, in the end, than the borrowing of brilliant things from other persons. At any rate, the two never cared for each other, and Germaine gave her father the affection which her mother neither received nor sought. It was perhaps to tame the daughter's exuberance that the marriage was arranged for Mademoiselle Necker with the Baron de Stael Holstein, who then represented the court of Sweden in Paris. Many eyebrows were lifted when this match was announced. Baron de Stael had no personal charm, nor any reputation for wit. His standing in the diplomatic corps was not very high. His favorite occupations were playing cards and drinking enormous quantities of punch. Could he be considered a match for the extremely clever Mademoiselle Necker, whose father had an enormous fortune, and who was herself considered a gem of wit and mental power, ready to discuss political economy, or the romantic movement of socialism, or platonic love? Many differed about this. Mademoiselle Necker was, to be true, rich and clever, but the Baron de Stael was of an old family, and had a title. Moreover, his easy-going ways, even his punch-drinking and his card-playing, made him a desirable husband at that time of French social history, when the aristocracy wished to act exactly as it pleased, with wanton license, and when an embassy was a very convenient place into which an indiscreet ambassadress might retire, and when the mob grew dangerous. For Paris was now approaching the time of revolution, and all aristocrats were more or less in danger. At first Madame de Stael rather sympathized with the outbreak of the people, but later their excesses drove her back into sympathy with the royalists. It was then that she became indiscreet and abused the privilege of the embassy in giving shelter to her friends. She was obliged to make a sudden flight across the frontier, whence she did not return until Napoleon loomed up, a political giant on the horizon, victorious general, consul, and emperor. Madame de Stael's relations with Napoleon have, as I remarked above, been among her few titles to serious remembrance. The Corsican eagle and the dumpy little Genevese make, indeed, a peculiar pair, and for this reason writers have enhanced the oddities of the picture. Napoleon, says one, did not wish any one to be near him who was as clever as himself. No, adds another, Madame de Stael made a dead set at Napoleon, because she wished to conquer and achieve the admiration of everybody, even of the greatest man who ever lived. Napoleon found her to be a good deal of a nuisance, observes a third. She knew too much, and was always trying to force her knowledge upon others. The legend has sprung up that Madame de Stael was too wise and witty to be acceptable to Napoleon, and many women repeated with unction that the conqueror of Europe was no match for this frowsy little woman. It is, perhaps, worth while to look into the facts, and to decide whether Napoleon was really of so petty a nature as to feel himself inferior to this rather comic creature, even though at the time many people thought her a remarkable genius. In the first place, knowing Napoleon, as we have come to know him through the pages of Madame de Remusat, Frederic Masson, and others, we can readily imagine the impatience with which the great soldier would sit at dinner, hastening to finish his meal, crowding the whole ceremony into 20 minutes, gulping a glass or two of wine and a cup of coffee, and then being interrupted by a fussy little female who wanted to talk about the ethics of history, or the possibility of a new form of government. Napoleon himself was making history and writing it in fire and flame, and as for governments, he invented governments all over Europe as suited his imperial will. What patience could he have with one whom an English writer has rather unkindly described as an ugly coquette, an old woman who made a ridiculous marriage, a blue stocking, who spent much of her time in pestering men of genius and drawing from them sarcastic comment behind their backs? Napoleon was not the sort of a man to be routed in discussion, but he was most decidedly the sort of man to be bored and irritated by pedantry. Consequently, he found Madame de Stael a good deal of a nuisance in the salons of Paris and its vicinity. He cared not the least for her epigrams. She might go somewhere else and write all the epigrams she pleased. When he banished her, in 1803, she merely crossed the Rhine into Germany and established herself at Weimar. The emperor received her son, Auguste de Stael-Holstein, with much good humor, though he refused the boy's appeal on behalf of his mother. "My dear Baron," said Napoleon, "if your mother were to be in Paris for 2 months, I should really be obliged to lock her up in one of the castles, which would be most unpleasant treatment for me to show a lady. No, let her go anywhere else and we can get along perfectly. All Europe is open to her, Rome, Vienna, St. Petersburg, and if she wishes to write libels on me, England is a convenient and inexpensive place, only Paris is just a little too near." Thus the emperor jibed the boy. He was only 15 or 16, and made fun of the exiled blue stocking. But there was not a sign of malice in what he said, nor, indeed, of any serious feeling at all. The legend about Napoleon and Madame de Stael must, therefore, go into the wastebasket, except in so far as it is true that she succeeded in boring him. For the rest, she was an earlier George Sand, unattractive in person, yet able to attract, loving love for love's sake, though seldom receiving it in return, throwing herself at the head of every distinguished man, and generally finding that he regarded her overtures with mockery. To enumerate the men for whom she professed to care would be tedious, since the record of her passions has no reality about it, save, perhaps, with 2 exceptions. She did care deeply and sincerely for Henri Benjamin Constant, the brilliant politician and novelist. He was one of her coterie in Paris, and their common political sentiments formed a bond of friendship between them. Constant was banished by Napoleon in 1802, and when Madame de Stael followed him into exile a year later, he joined her in Germany. The story of their relations was told by Constant in Adolphe, while Madame de Stael based Delphine on her experiences with him. It seems that he was puzzled by her ardor, she was infatuated by his genius. Together they went through all the phases of the tender passion, and yet at intervals they would tire of each other and separate for a while, and she would amuse herself with other men. At last she really believed that her love for him was entirely worn out. "I always loved my lovers more than they loved me," she said once, and it was true. Yet, on the other hand, she was frankly false to all of them, and hence arose these intervals. In one of them she fell in with a young Italian named Rocca, and by way of a change she not only amused herself with him, but even married him. At this time, 1811, she was 45, while Rocca was only 23, a young soldier who had fought in Spain, and who made eager love to the chief philosopher when he was invalided at Geneva. The marriage was made on terms imposed by the middle-aged woman who became his bride. In the first place, it was to be kept secret, and second, she would not take her husband's name, but he must pass himself off as her lover, even though she bore him children. The reason she gave for this extraordinary exhibition of her vanity was that a change of name on her part would put everybody out. In fact, she said, if Madame de Stael were to change her name, it would unsettle the heads of all Europe. When all the treasure of your youth has been given in vain, when you can no longer hope that the reflection of these first rays will shine upon the end of your life, when there is nothing in the dusk to remind you of the dawn, and when the twilight is pale and colorless as a livid spectre that precedes the night, your heart revolts, and you feel that you have been robbed of the gifts of God upon earth. Equally striking is another prose passage of hers, which seems less the careful thought of a philosopher than the screeching of a termagant. It is odd that the first two sentences recall two famous lines of Byron. Man's love is of a man's life a thing apart, 'tis woman's whole existence. The passage by Madame de Stael is longer and less piquant. Love is woman's whole existence. It is only an episode in the lives of men. Reputation, honor, esteem, everything depends upon how a woman conducts herself in this regard, whereas, according to the rules of an unjust world, the laws of morality itself are suspended in men's relations with women. They may pass as good men, though they have caused women the most terrible suffering which it is in the power of one human being to inflict upon another. They may be regarded as loyal, though they have betrayed them. They may have received from a woman marks of a devotion which would so link two friends, two fellow soldiers, that either would feel dishonored if he forgot them, and they may consider themselves free of all obligations by attributing the services to love, as if this additional gift of love detracted from the value of the rest. One cannot help noticing how lacking in neatness of expression is this woman who wrote so much. It is because she wrote so much that she wrote in such a muffled manner. It is because she thought so much that her reflections were either not her own, or were never clear. It is because she loved so much and had so many lovers, Benjamin Constant, Vincenzo Monti, the Italian poet, Monsieur de Narbonne, and others, as well as young Rocca, that she found both love and lovers tedious. She talked so much that her conversation was almost always mere personal opinion. Thus she told Goethe that he never was really brilliant until after he had got through a bottle of champagne. Schiller said that to talk with her was to have a rough time, and that after she left him, he always felt like a man who was just getting over a serious illness. She never had time to do anything very well. There is an interesting glimpse of her in the recollections of Dr. Bollmann, at the period when Madame de Stael was in her prime. The worthy doctor set her down as a genius, an extraordinary, eccentric woman in all that she did. She slept but a few hours out of the 24, and was uninterruptedly and fearfully busy all the rest of the time. While her hair was being dressed, and even while she breakfasted, she used to keep on writing, nor did she ever rest sufficiently to examine what she had written. Such then was Madame de Stael, a type of the time in which she lived, so far as concerns her worship of sensibility, and not of love, for love is too great to be so scattered and made a thing to prattle of, to cheapen, and thus destroy. So we find at the last that Germaine de Stael, though she was much read and much feted and much followed, came finally to that last halting place where confessedly she was merely an old woman, eccentric and unattractive. She sued her former lovers for the money she had lent them. She scolded and found fault, as perhaps befits her age. But such is the natural end of sensibility, and of the woman who typifies it for succeeding generations. End of the story of Madame de Stael.